Lady, stop. Looking for parts since last year. I was trying to get one of these here.
I could still get the same answer.
And heading back to a class in the city, steel class, and parked my car, and I was a little bit
if we can have karakia, thank you. Yep, excellent.
Ia ki te kōrero he moana puke e kinia I te waka. Nā reira e te kai karakia, koe nei koa nā tai o whakamanawa e pare atu nei ki a koe. Mō I whakatau I te rongo ki runga ia tātou tēnā koe. E whakaro nui, e whakaro ana ki te hunga kua riro atu te tai timu, moe mai, oki mai rā. Kia hoki mai ki a tātou te hunga ora, e te kingi tūheitia me tōna kāhui ariki whānui pai Māori re. E te whare konuhira e tū nei, e te papa e tapoto ake nei, tēnā kōrua. E mihi ana ki nā wai o Waikato tani whārau, ki nā haukainga, ki nā tangata whenua, nei rata mihi karere. E te tiamana e aku kai komihana, tēnei te reo mihi e pare atu nei, ki a koutou, e nā hunga, e nā mana, e nā reo kua whiria nei, e te kaupapa o te rā, tēnā koutou, o te rā, tēnā katoa.
Right, well, this is on. This is the resumed hearing into PC9, and for the next 2 days we're going to be focusing on built heritage. Just want to remind everyone of the direction that the panel gave earlier on, and particularly for those who might be watching online, is that in terms of built heritage, we're not dealing with substantive items of built heritage in this hearing. We'll be dealing with that next year at a date that we haven't yet set, but we will be setting that date. We're really looking at methodological issues in the main, both for built heritage and also, of course, for historic heritage areas next week. So any party who's coming forward to talk about specific items, I'm going to be asking them to desist from that and leave that till next year. Just note that because some of the briefs of statements and evidence that we received at this point in time do go into particular built heritage items, or and as I say, we won't be dealing with those issues in the next 7 or 8 days. I don't have. Oh, we have one matter that we need to simply resolve, which is to accept the late submission from Raymond Paleoni, and I think we're fine with accepting that, just for the record. And just note, I do note that a couple of these Section 42A authors discuss a potential conflict of interest with their company, particularly with respect to the work that company does for Kāinga Ora. But both of those Section 42A authors indicate that that's not a conflict of interest for them, and we're quite happy to accept that is the case. The other matters we'll deal with as we go through. So, Danny, we're with you. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I've prepared and filed opening legal submissions which address all of the matters that are the subject of hearing 2, PC9. What I proposed to do is just simply deal with the built heritage section this morning, and we'll go back to these submissions on Thursday morning to deal with the submissions on archaeological sites and so on and so forth. So we'll just sort of pick and go depending upon the topic. So the first topic, of course, is built heritage. And if we go to paragraph 5 of the opening legal submissions, that's where the built heritage topic begins. So I'm not sure if you're comfortable. I do intend to just slowly work my way through the submissions and read them, and very happy just to stop and take questions and explore issues as we go. But there's just so much sort of in the air
Absolutely.
to this topic
Yeah,
that I do want to carefully pick my way through it. Is that all right?
No, I think that'll be very helpful.
Thank you. So dealing with paragraph 5, the built heritage topic within PC9 identifies new buildings and structures with historic heritage value to be added to Schedule 8A in Appendix 8 of the Operative District Plan. It also maps Appendix 8, Schedule 8A buildings and structures, and it also amends the Operative District Plan provisions to appropriately manage the effects of subdivision use and development on built heritage, as set out in Chapter 19 of the District Plan. In terms of the background, the city last undertook a comprehensive citywide stocktake of the built heritage in the city in the late 1990s. And although Section 6F of the RMA was introduced in 2003, that did not result in changes to the Operative District Plan in relation to historic heritage prior to the 2012 District Plan review, except in relation to a very small number of specific areas, including Ham East and Temple View, which were the subject of variations. However, in 2021, a citywide heritage assessment of over 560 buildings and structures was undertaken by the city staff, and Hamilton City Council subsequently engaged heritage consultants from WSP to assess the list of items provided by Hamilton City Council for potential inclusion in Schedule 8A. WSP's assessment of the list recommended that 181 of those buildings and structures be included. 122 structures are currently listed in built heritage items in Schedule 8A of the ODP, and PC9 has notified proposers to include the additional 181 structures in the schedule. The buildings date from pre-1900 through to the late 1970s. 5 are proposed to be added to Group A of Schedule 8A and 177 to Group B of Schedule 8A.
Just before we move on there, I had a question. Why does it sort of stop at the 1970s? Is sort of 50 years the generally accepted cutoff for what becomes historic heritage, or is there not one? And is that consistent across all topics? Like, you know, we've got built heritage, historic heritage areas, etc. Just wanting to get some advice on that issue.
In terms of built heritage, I'm not sure why 1970 was the cutoff point. That is a matter that I'm sure you can explore with Scattergan and the other heritage experts. That 1970s cutoff does broadly align with Mr. Goo's final development period that was referenced in the historic heritage area assessments. But in terms of a definitive position on that, I think I'm best to leave that to the experts.
Thank you.
The only buildings proposed to be removed from Schedule 8A under PC9 are buildings that have been demolished or relocated in accordance with resource consent approvals. And apart from those buildings, the existing items in Schedule 8A have not been re-evaluated as part of PC9. And accordingly, the removal of any other existing ODP built heritage items from Schedule 8A is not within the scope of PC9.
Just on that scope point, just interested in that. So Section 6F didn't come in until 2003, but there were some existing items in the plan at that time, but obviously they weren't able to be assessed under the Section 6F test. I guess you're saying that the existing items in the plan aren't within scope of PC9, but we're in a situation where they haven't been updated or reassessed, have they, in terms of the Section 6F?
No, they haven't. The inherent historic heritage element of those buildings and structures won't have changed from the original assessment. But to your point, I mean, what Section 6F requires is recognition and protection against inappropriate subdivision use and development. So I think what Section 6F would be, the introduction of Section 6F would be doing for those existing items would be asking the question, do the planning controls which relate to those already identified items appropriately manage inappropriate subdivision and use and development in relation to them? And it's also, I think, probably useful to note that, and this comes through in that basin reserve decision that I referred to in my submissions, whether or not the items are actually recorded in the district plan doesn't change the 6F obligation that exists. It's an overarching obligation. So even if you don't have historic heritage recognised as an item within the district plan, if through other evidence it is proved to be historic heritage, there is an overarching obligation under Section 6F to recognise and protect against it. So if the purpose of the question is to address, do we have a lacuna? Do we need to go back and revisit the way that those existing items are being treated, to ask, are they appropriately dealing with Section 6F obligations? That's not firstly, I'd say that's not something that Plan Change 9 has addressed, but I would also say that the overarching obligation in Section 6F applies anyway to those items. So if there was a gap in the plan, for example, if you're dealing with a resource consent application, if there was not appropriate protection in the district plan, a decision maker under Section 104 would still be obliged to deal with Section 6F.
I guess where I'm thinking is whether or not there might be some within the operative plan which wouldn't fall within the definition now of whatever threshold is determined to be a 6F, because we've certainly got submissions which are seeking changes to removal of operative scheduled items, and if we make a decision on a methodology which sets a threshold at a certain level, is that going to be consistent with the ones that are in the plan? And then I'm also thinking about the submissions that we got earlier around scope, in terms of if the plan change should have evaluated or should have included assessment of items within the Section 32 report, and they didn't, then can submissions provide scope for that to do that, so that these items can be reevaluated as part of the plan change? Just interested in those issues.
Yes, I think the topic that you're exploring probably is best addressed with the specifics. So I'll go back to the submissions that are asking for removal of items, and we will, if we can return to that, we'll have a close look at the particular items. I mean, it may be that, I know that some of the items are just beyond doubt historic heritage. If you take the Temple View, for example, but there may be others that are more contentious. We'll go back and have a look at those and see whether or not, if I understand the point correctly, what you're saying is that where you get to on methodology and threshold, if that has an impact on existing built heritage in the district plan, and might undermine the current recognition of those particular items, do we have scope to go in and grab those, get rid of them? That's the point.
Yeah. And it would be very useful if we got something from council on that, because then when we issue directions for the hearings next year, we might actually make some statements about that at the same time.
So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, just to take
Yes.
that just one step further, because it's a matter that comes up under Indigenous biodiversity as well. So the general point you're making is that the fact that a resource is not recognised for its special values in the district plan, be it heritage, built heritage or Indigenous biodiversity, doesn't prevent the recognition of those values in a resource consent process, for example.
Correct.
But it's also the case that the specific provisions in the plan on those topics don't directly apply. For example,
Yes, well, I think, yes, because that's the way that those provisions work. They are provisions which reference scheduled items. So to sort of supplant those provisions into an unscheduled item, I don't think would be a lawful application of the district plan. Now, it may be that there are some objectives and policies which are framed in a slightly broader way that might have application more broadly, not just to scheduled items, but I'd have to go back and have a think about that. But my point is, so I think that's the way I would say you'd need to properly interpret the district plan. But as I say, you know, even if you find yourself as a decision maker under section 104 with a site which is not scheduled, district plan provisions don't apply, you've found, there is still an obligation under section 6F and 104 to recognise and protect for those values. They would need to be established as a matter of fact in the resource consent hearing, because you can't assume that that fact has already been established through a scheduling exercise. So you have to be satisfied on evidence in the hearing that yes, you could apply section 6F in that way.
I guess the plan could be said to be in place in terms of so.
It could, if you make a factual finding that an item has been identified as, say, for example, an archaeological site, and you would say the schedule is complete, and I'm going to reach into part 2, which is what R.J. Davidson says you can do, and I'm going to have, you know, take section 6F and I'm going to give it its full meaning. Section paragraph 9, I've just identified the sort of the broad changes that have been made to the Built Heritage Chapter 19 issues to appropriately manage the effect of subdivision use and development, and to better align with the Heritage New Zealand Community Tonga Act and section 6F. 10, I say that PC9 does not alter the activity status for existing built heritage activities. However, new activities have been introduced into the activity status table, and some changes are proposed to the description of activities within the table.
Just a question on that one. Does this mean you could have different activity statuses depending on whether the built heritage is in the ODP versus if it's now being added, even if they've got the same, even if they're similar in values? Or I just wasn't clear what you're saying here, since it does not alter the activity status for existing built heritage. So when the new ones get put in, are they going to be, I guess, treated the same way as whether they're scheduled A or B or whatever of the existing, or are there different rules that apply to the new? I just wasn't sure.
They're being treated the same.
They're being treated the same.
Yes, so whichever, if they're scheduled as A or B,
Yeah,
they will be
the
treated
rules
the
will be
same.
the
Yes.
same. Yeah.
I just had a question on your 9B there. Do we need to be careful with respect to aligning the HNZ PTA and the RMA? I mean, they are different statutes and they have different implications.
Yes, they are. And there's, you know, there's evidence on this point, because some submitters do raise the issue of redundancy or whatever. But they are doing very
Well,
different.
it was more the issue of overlap than I was wondering about.
Yeah. So I mean, alignment in the sense that it's recognising built heritage, but it's doing so and it's in dealing with it in different ways. Just turning to the submission, so there were 278 submission points in relation to built heritage, and the range of outcomes sought was vast, from the removal of all proposed 181 items to the addition of a further 190 items. And key themes included concerns regarding private property rights and the cost imposed on landowners, site-specific contests regarding identified heritage values, issues with the plan provisions, and concerns regarding the methodology applied to the assessment of built heritage. The notified PC9 provisions, in combination with those submitted requests, amount to proposing over 300 additional built heritage items for recognition and protection within the ODP. And addressing these matters on a site-by-site basis is an extensive logistical task for Hamilton City Council and all stakeholders. In addition to the sheer volume of identified sites, from HCC's review of the submissions received, it became apparent that there was a live issue between the heritage experts concerning the assessment methodology to be applied to built heritage items. In HCC's view, the contest over methodology combined with the overall site-by-site nature of the evidence necessary to address each built heritage item meant that there was no likely prospect of completing all evidence and submissions on each built heritage item within the hearing time allocated, and a more efficient process is required. And the city considered that there was little point in the panel using this hearing to examine each proposed built heritage item individually without first resolving the question of what it considers to be the correct assessment methodology. And to that end,
can we just let me just anticipate obviously that issue. I mean, one of the matters that we've indicated that we will do is to issue an interim decision on the methodology. Just so that we're clear what the status of that interim decision would be, or whether it's an interim decision or whether it's a direction or whatever. Can you give us some advice in terms of any pitfalls of going one way rather than the other?
Well, the obvious pitfall for the interim decision is it's appealable. And so what that means is that parties could take it off to the Environment Court and have that litigated in that forum and potentially superior courts, while the rest of the plan change just sort of stagnates. And so that would be probably the obvious pitfall. But the benefit, however, of the interim decision is that it creates certainty for all parties. You know where the panel sits, and it means that you can then start to move to your side-by-side assessments with a greater degree of certainty. Now, as I say, that certainty is then undermined by any party that wants to appeal it. So that I think is probably the biggest procedural headache that comes from the interim decision. The alternative would be to issue very clear directions on your expectations and your thinking. So it would be something short of an interim decision, but it would be something that gives the parties a very clear direction on if they were to go away in conference, for example, where they need to be focused. I mean, it's interesting, just last week, the Environment on plan change 1 to the regional plan, the Healthy Rivers plan change. Topic of point source discharges hearing in the Environment a couple of weeks ago. The Environment Court late last week issued a minute with a draft set of new provisions. So the court had obviously gone away, thought about what it had heard, and issued a minute, which was then presented to the parties on the basis of, well, what do you think? And it was a pretty effective way of signalling to all the parties what the thinking was, but it's not an interim decision. And something short of that. So that might be another option that you want to consider is the idea of panel coming back with a a very clear straw man methodology or threshold or something like that, which is then subject of conferencing or with a specific set of tasks. And that's one of the points that I raised later in the submission, is that the concern that Hamilton City has had with this particular topic and the conferencing is that without really clear direction from the panel, we're just not sure where it will take anyone. And one of the things that I note in my submission is certainly the willingness and the hope and expectation that through the next 2 days there will be some emerging clarity in terms of your thinking, which might then lead to a specific set of tasks or questions that you think could form the basis for a very focused conferencing session where, say, instead of sending the experts away to discuss and try and figure it out, you send them away with a very tight set of tasks, possibly with a straw man methodology as a starting point. And so that's one of the issues that I'd like to be able to explore on the panel, maybe after we get some more evidence.
Right. Yeah, no, that's helpful. I mean, we certainly don't want to issue something which simply hankers the process, basically, so that we can't move forward. So that's what we've been thinking about. What's the best way to actually deliver that particular direction?
Well, if I return to that point about the risk of appeal on the interim decision, I think that risk is heightened if an interim decision issues without any conferencing. If the panel here just issues its view on methodology and threshold, then I think the risk of appeal heightens. But if it was an interim decision which followed expert conferencing and fingers crossed some degree of agreement, it may be that that risk is minimised. They all feel like very live questions right now.
Just one question before we leave this topic. Say we did issue an interim decision and it was appealed. What does that do to our process? I mean, obviously it would, whatever comes out of the appeal would be highly relevant to what's left here. But I'm just thinking of in terms of the timeframes that the panel's under to deliver decisions, the court timeframes. Does everything just go on pause?
Well,
or does the panel continue on and then the appeals on the substantive catch up with the interim? And is there any, can you point us to, and not right now, but any examples of where there has been an interim decision issued on a plan change which has been appealed and what process was followed from there? That would be.
I'll come back to you on that point of examples, but I can tell you that procedurally, my view would be that you are not duty bound to pause your process, even if the interim decision went on appeal. You could proceed to continue to hear PC9 based on your interim decision, but you are duty bound to apply any decision and precedent that the Environment Green Superior Court would impose. So the potential, if you decide, no, let's just keep going, even though the interim decision's been appealed, let's just keep going, you do risk wasting everyone's time. If you have a further hearing, you get into matters, you issue further decisions based on your interim decision, only to have the interim decision overturned. So there is some sense, I think, in probably pressing pause if you do go on appeal.
Well, we could press pause now, couldn't we?
I'd rather you didn't. I'd really like a methodology. As I say, the memorandum was filed on the 1st of August in paragraph 15. Asked that this hearing be confined to resolving the assessment methodology, addressing the planning framework, and dealing with those built heritage items which are opposed and for which HCC agrees can be withdrawn now. And then there was panel direction 15, which set out what this hearing would deal with, and it basically reflected what had been sought, which is set out in 16A, and that really is just a reminder of what Mr. Chair had said this morning in terms of what this was to be confined to. At 17, I just want to address you on post-hearing steps after, assuming there was an interim decision. So it is intended that the panel will receive expert evidence and legal submissions on the assessment methodology issue at this hearing, and the city then requests that you issue an interim decision, which will inform all further site-specific evaluations. I caveat what I say about seeking an interim decision in terms of the conversation we just had, and I'm very open to the idea that there may be other practical ways to move this thing forward, but I'll come back to that. But I think the next set of submissions are still absent. So Hamilton City proposes that once the panel issues the interim decision, each party should then review their recommended built heritage items or their opposition to an item in light of the methodology determined by the panel, and present their revised position to the panel. The panel may then direct further evidence relating to the revised positions and hear that further evidence as it deems necessary. It's anticipated that the further hearing would be solely focused on the expert's evaluation of each built heritage item having applied the panel methodology.
Just to clarify there, so some submitters obviously have made submissions, but they don't have experts, but they would still be able to bring evidence forward as part of that process as to why they don't think it's.
They would, and if they were to bring evidence forward, which in any way did not fit with panel methodology, they would do so at the appearance. So this process would ensure that the further hearing on any site-specific matters is focused and efficient, and it may enable the heritage experts to identify an agreed set of items which are suitable for scheduling, and an agreed set of items which are clearly not suitable for scheduling, and a set of items which are contested and which would then be the subject of a later hearing. It's intended that the parties return to this issue at the conclusion of the hearing, just discussed it. In the meantime, we say that this hearing is confined to addressing the assessment methodology, addressing the planning framework and the provisions, and determining some site-specific items which can be resolved, and each is addressed below. So in terms of the site-specific items, there are a number of submitters that seek the removal of the building or structure from the proposed list of built heritage items. And since April 2023, the city's in-house heritage expert, Ms. Lisa Killigan, has led and reviewed submissions on built heritage, and that's included verifying information, doing additional research, and undertaking site visits and making recommendations. And Ms. Cadigan's final review on many of the sites will be informed by the panel's interim decision on assessment methodology. However, the work undertaken by Ms. Cadigan to date has identified some proposed items which she considers, even without the interim decision, are sufficiently clear-cut that they can be removed. And for example, where an item has since been demolished or removed, no longer exists. And so the built heritage items which Ms. Cadigan recommends be removed, and the reasoning are set out below. First, there's a category A where items simply don't exist. There's a second category B of items which have been extensively modified such that the heritage values are eroded. And then there's items under category C, which are items where there's under further examination inaccurate or unsubstantiated heritage values.
I've just got a couple of questions around this. So all of these items that Ms. Cadigan's made recommendations, they're all within PC9, not the ODP.
Correct.
Do we know if there are any ones currently within the ODP that the item no longer exists?
Yes, and a couple of those have been removed in the notified version of PC9.
Okay, yep. And do we also know whether any of the ones that are being recommended for removal fall within the proposed historic heritage area? I'm just thinking, it appears that some from the addresses that they might, and I just wondered if that's the case, has there been any reconsideration as to the impact of that being no longer scheduled? Was that an important component of the historic heritage area or not? And has there been a re-evaluation following Ms. Cadigan's recommendation?
That's a very good question that I don't have the answer to. I will put a pin in that one and ask to not get into to try and reconcile if there is an overlap, and if so, what it does in terms of Mr. Knott's assessment. Thank you. So at paragraph 24.
Oh, sorry, can I just follow that one up? What's the implication of, I mean, the recommendation is that these things be removed from the schedule. Now, they're obviously still in the schedule, and presumably they are still in the schedule until such time as we release a decision confirming. So they are still, those properties are still constrained by the provisions of the PC9. Is that how it works? I mean, council can't simply wave a wand and those things.
No, it's not as simple as council saying we no longer wish to pursue this element of PC9. I mean, it's been publicly notified. People have their teeth in it, and you can't simply say I don't want to play ball anymore. Particularly where there may be some parties that are interested in supporting the inclusion of an item in the schedule. I mean, probably this is something that is suitable for an interim decision. If you want to address the practical implication that you're alluding to here, and give the landowner the relief that they're seeking, this would be suitable. And and at that stage, if any party wants to argue the outcome, well, they can take it off to the environment court, and it doesn't do anything to the rest of this process. So that's probably one area which is suitable. And probably the other thing I would say, just on what I think about the interim decision, is that it may be that you, as a panel, want to consider thinking about a sort of an omnibus interim decision, which actually deals with notable trees and also SNAs, because those are two other elements of this big plan change, which might be suitable just to deal with, because this is, you've heard all of the evidence, for example, on notable trees, and once you deal with the implications of the NPSIB, you'll have dealt with all of the evidence on SNAs. It may be that those two topics are also suitable just to
sounding more and more like a decision rather than an interim decision, isn't it?
Well, it's interim.
I mean, we may get to that point.
Yes.
I mean, is there any? Just thinking aloud, and it's a useful conversation. Is there anything to stop us issuing a decision on those parts?
No, I don't believe so, Sue. I mean, that is an interim decision in the sense that it's taking a discrete element of the plan change and saying we've heard all of the evidence on this particular topic. It's sufficiently unrelated to any of the other remnant topics that it can be carved out and we can get a decision on it. It is an interim, it's an interim decision of 9. It's a final decision, if you like, in practical terms on trees, for example, but it is an interim decision on 9. And there'll be no lawful barrier to you doing that. And as I say, coming back to that point, it may also be that those items that Ms. Cadigan says we can cut are also suitable in terms of the interim decision.
Because otherwise, I mean, we're waiting until the back end of next year or something before we get the decision.
At paragraph 25, I just deal with the plan provision topic. So, as I've said, PC9 introduces a revised set of objectives, policies, and rules, which provide the framework for managing historic heritage in the city. And the parts of the plan that are the subject of the topic is firstly Chapter 19. There's also Appendix 8 and Appendix 8-1, which sets out assessment criteria. There's Appendix 1.1 dealing with definitions, and Appendix 1.3.3 dealing with assessment criteria, and also the planning maps. The updated Section 42A report dated the 27th of October 2023 identifies the key themes arising from submissions and classifies them into sub-theme 16, which is objectives and policies, and sub-theme 17, which is rules. In relation to the objectives and policies, a number of submitters have sought changes which have been considered by Ms. Gold, City's planning expert on built heritage, and Ms. Bellori, the Section 42A report author. A summary of the aligned response between Ms. Gold and Ms. Bellori is set out at page 37 of the Section 42A report, and a track change version of those relevant objectives and policies is set out in attachment A to the 42A report, sorry, the updated 42A report. Submitters have also sought changes to the rules, mostly in relation to additional development flexibility and leniency for alterations, but some also arguing that the rules are not sufficiently restrictive. And a full summary of those submissions is set out at section 435, page 38, the updated section 42A report. Ms. Galt has reviewed the submitter evidence and provided a comprehensive response in her evidence in chief dated 1 September 2023. And includes a track change version of the proposed amendments at attachment A to that evidence. And again, final consolidated set of recommended changes, which Ms. Gold and Ms. Bellori have elaborated on, is set out in attachment A to the updated section 42A report. And this version includes a small number of minor changes from the version attached to Ms. Gold's evidence in chief, most of which are explained in her supplementary evidence. So to assessment methodology. So the question of how to determine whether a building or structure is an item of historic heritage and therefore requires protection from inappropriate subdivision use and development under section 6F is the central topic for determination at this hearing. It's apparent that there is no national direction on this issue, with each territorial authority responsible for its own approach. Some councils are more advanced in their approach than others, such as Auckland Council, which has been developing its heritage provisions over decades. However, caution should be applied in simply following another council's methodology, which is not binding or authoritative from one council to another. The panel must instead apply the law as prescribed in the RMA, while looking to the Environment Court and Superior Courts for guidance and any binding authority on how to interpret and apply the relevant statutory provisions.
Just a question on that. To what extent should or is it permissible for the methodology to be influenced by the local context?
I think that's highly relevant. I think there are some starting points in the methodology which are universal, depending on regardless of where you are in the country, and regardless of where you are in terms of each individual territorial authority. But I think it gets to a point when you start to examine the qualities, the broken down qualities that are required to be present in an item, and you start thinking about how you might examine a particular quality. That's when the local context and the local history becomes critical to the examination. And again, this is where the frustration lies. You know, if there had been some sense of national direction, you could get quite a long way through a methodology before you start to move into this kind of horses for courses type approach. And it really does lend itself to national direction in that sense. And instead, what we've got is methodologies that just sort of start from the top and just sort of do all sorts of different things. So I think that yes, the answer to the question is how important is that local context? It's critical, and it's critical at that point where you start to break down individual qualities and examine qualities in terms of local historical context. Each of the heritage experts have a view on the correct assessment methodology informed by their own experiences and practices. And while on some aspects there is a degree of alignment between some of them, there is no clear consensus on a final settled assessment methodology. It is the task of the panel to consider those expert views and the legal submissions on this issue in order to determine an assessment methodology that it endorses as appropriate to be applied consistently across all proposed built heritage items which are the subject of PC9.
Can I just check on that? I mean, is it the methodology that the experts have disagreed on, or is it simply the assessment, the final assessments that comes into play? I mean, my read of the joint witness statement, for example, was that there was pretty close alignment in terms of the methodology. They just disagreed at the final analysis when it came to thresholds.
So you're talking about historic heritage areas
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
The HHA's got close. Yes, they did.
yes, they did get close.
They did. We haven't yet got that position in terms of the built heritage.
No.
But, you know, this raises another issue, of course, which is the intersection
alignment.
and the alignment and the overlap,
Yeah.
which is critical. We've got to find a way to get these two sort of subcategories of historic heritage to align. We can't continue to have this sort of disaggregation of the two. And you're right, there was, I think, good progress made with the HHAs in the sense that they did get down to, you know, if you think about, they took APP7, which is the regional policy statements criteria, which is derived from the Act. It took those qualities, those 6 qualities, and then broke them down into sort of subcategories that you would assess and evaluate. And there seemed to be agreement so far. Everyone was on the same page there. And it was only really where you got to the individual assessment of a particular quality that they start to depart. And also in relation to threshold, what's enough? So they start to depart on their own individual assessments and threshold. And my view is that you'll always get differing views on that assessment of a quality. You know, that's the job of the heritage expert. Once you get into a quality, whether it's say architectural, for example, it's got the broken down criteria within that. The extent and the nature of that quality in this particular built heritage item. You know, you get 3 heritage experts, they'll probably all say something slightly different. And that's where expertise comes in, and that's perfectly fine to have that. You know, it's for you to determine whose expertise you prefer. So that element of the assessment, I think, it's perfectly fine for there to be a contest about that. The next piece, the next element, which I don't think there should be a contest about, is what's the threshold? We should agree on the threshold at which point something warrants protection. So for me, if you're sort of drawing a sequence of assessment, you start with, what am I assessing? I'm assessing an item in terms of the definition of historic heritage in the RMA, which asks for 6 qualities to be present, and any one of which, if it contributes to appreciation or understanding of New Zealand's history and culture, it's historic heritage. The item is historic heritage. So that should not be the subject of debate and differing views amongst the heritage experts, because it's the law. The debate should be amongst the heritage experts around. I think it's, you know, when I look at that particular quality, I don't think it's quite as present as you say it is, or whatever, you know, as intact as you say it might be, or whatever. Those are judgments which are perfectly acceptable for a heritage expert to make. And it's for you to decide whose you prefer. But then once those debates have been played out by the heritage experts, the description and the threshold at which you say something becomes historic heritage, that should be entrenched. That's a methodological certainty that should be there. And that's the piece that's missing at the moment. And, you know, much to my sort of frustration, I also think that there's some of that front end stuff that shouldn't be up to debate, I feel is. And that's the bit that we need to iron out as well. And that's the bit which some national direction would help, but we don't have it.
Do you know whether there was anything when we chat about Section 6 and the whakapapa last night?
Yeah.
And And do you know whether at the time it was introduced, whether there was anything in the Hansard or anything as to what its intended purpose or scope was? Was it, I mean, it reads fairly broadly when you read it.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked Hansard. But what I will say about this particular point, and it's something that I've only had a chance to glance at the KO submissions that came in on Friday. But I think there's a point about Section 6F which talks about protection from inappropriate use and development, and I think that inherent within that statutory language is flexibility in terms of how the plan then responds to historic heritage. So whether something is historic heritage is a question of fact, and you need to determine that based on a methodology. And once you get an item of historic heritage, there's some flexibility in Section 6F as to how you then recognise and protect that. And it may be that not all items deserve and warrant the same kind of recognition and protection. And that's why, for example, you have these category A and B, where you might have a category A item, which is, recognised as being something very special, and it warrants a higher degree of protection than something that might be a category B of that nature. And that's where I think Section 6F has got an inbuilt flexibility for plan makers.
Just a question on that. I mean, in terms of some of the other elements in Section 6, like natural features and landscapes, the word understanding, obviously in relation to sea, there's significant indigenous biodiversity. So they're the only two that have got scripted, unless you include significant risks as it. But others, like 6F, are much wider. Do you read anything into that in terms of what's recognised in a plan? I think what it does is it highlights the inherent flexibility that seems to sit within Section 6F about how you deal with them. But I make the point in my submissions that those descriptors that you've just alluded to, they're absent from they're absent from Section 6F. They're absent from the definition of historic heritage. You won't find the word significant in the definition of historic heritage, nor do you find the word regional, local, or national. These are all introduced concepts. So, and I think that's where, again, the national direction would insist in terms of bringing a little bit of shape to some of these concepts. So yes, I think the point I would make about that is only that it highlights that those kind of measurements, significant, outstanding, or otherwise, aren't present in the statutory definition of historic heritage and not present in Section 6. Now, that's not to say they don't have a place. I think when you get to the qualities that are referred to in the definition, heritage experts have got to try and make sense of this in a practical way. There's got to be, how do you measure equality? So it's not at all unsurprising that the experts have started to try and find ways to categorize and rank items in terms of whether it's outstanding or significant, low or moderate or nil. That's a perfectly logical place for them to have gone, but it's not a statutory requirement. It's a creation, and all of these creations seem to be a little bit different. And your job is to produce some clarity.
Just while we're on this topic, another question. Sorry, you probably feel like you're in a real hot seat to winning. I was thinking about Wakatutainui and while their submissions in relation to the police station are site specific, just thinking in terms of Section 6E, 7A, 8 matters, where do you see those considerations coming into assessment of that particular site? Is it that Section 6F applies and the methodology applies, and if the site falls within that, then it's historic heritage? And then when you were talking about flexibility in terms of what's inappropriate, is that where those additional considerations that we then need to think about? Is this going to recognise and provide for the relationship of Wakato Tainui with their site? Or is it, what sort of development is inappropriate? It has to be guided by that, or do they come in an earlier stage? Just interested in your advice on that.
Well, I think it's in play both at the plan making stage and at the consenting stage. So it's not as if you would simply say, well, we don't need to deal with it here because it'll get taken into account under section 104. And I think those broader section 6 considerations are in play. Again, it comes down to the scope of the plan change. I mean, it's probably more relevant to archaeological sites when I think about the subject of PC9.
Just conscious of the base case and that those sections also have the positive economic purposes and recognising treaty settlements and the use of land. So I've got that in my mind as to whether that impacts whether or not it falls within historic heritage or not, or whether it only kicks in at what is an appropriate development stage.
Yeah. I need to give that some thought. I mean, what I would say is that we at a plan making stage, there's no question that we're essentially concerned with giving effect to section 6F, but section 6F does not operate in isolation. You are required to be giving effect to all of the provisions within section 6, or in fact part 2, in your plan making. So it's not as if you can simply separate out 6F and deal with it in isolation. If, for example, there's something about your decision which is not giving effect to section 6E, you got a problem with your plan. So again, it may be easier to deal with an example rather than a hypothetical. I'm not sure if I've squared up to the question.
Happy for you to come back on that when we're looking at the sites as well, but it was just on my mind in terms of the police station.
Yes. Can I, just before I drop that, not drop it, but just leave it for later, can you just re-articulate the question?
Yeah, so I guess the issue for me is obviously we do need to give effect to all of part 2. When we are determining the methodology for historic heritage, as part of that determination, do we need to take into account the other sections of section 6E, section 7A, and section 8, the treaty principles? What extent did that is it relevant to the identification of what falls within, what's captured within the historic heritage definition, or built heritage in this case? And if it doesn't bite there, does it then bite when we tend to look at the appropriate rule provisions for what is an appropriate development, and in which case it might influence the rules that apply to that particular site?
Thank you. I understand. Come back to you. So I think we could probably pick it up at 33, and some of this we've covered, so we can sort of skip through this. Ultimately, the determination of whether a building or structure is an item of historic heritage is a mixed question of law and fact. The legal aspect requires the correct interpretation of the statutory provisions which define historic heritage, and ensuring those statutory provisions are then properly reflected in the plan provisions which articulate the assessment methodology. And then next, the factual aspect requires the correct application of the assessment methodology to the particular building or structure. That factual aspect will be addressed in an item-by-item basis at the later hearing, once the primary issue of determining the legally correct assessment methodology is resolved. So at 35, we begin with the statutory framework, which is section 6F, which we've talked about, and you read that, that's familiar to all the panel. And then the broader obligation under section 74 of the RMA that a territorial authority must prepare and change its district plan in accordance with the provisions of part 2 of the RMA, which includes section 6F. So accordingly, in exercising its decision-making functions in relation to PC9 and in making changes to the ODP, panel must recognise and provide for the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development. And PC9 seeks to achieve this outcome by identifying additional built heritage items for inclusion within the schedule and updating the objectives, policies and rules relating to the management of those built items. So at 38, I make the point self-evidently the correct identification of historic heritage is an essential step in the plan making process, and identification must be governed by the definition of historic heritage set out in section 2, which I've set out. You can see there the 6 qualities which are identified in the definition as being required, one of which needs to be present. And you can see that the way that the definition works, it says that historic heritage means the natural and physical resources that contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures, deriving from one of those qualities. The leading authority on the identification of historic heritage and the obligations under Section 6F is the High Court decision in the Basin Reserve flyover case. That decision reinforced the position that whether an item or place is deemed historic heritage is determined by application of the definition in Section 2 of the RMA, and any departure from that definition will introduce a flaw in the assessment. So at paragraph 40, I break down the definition and say that for present purposes, what we're dealing with is firstly that the item is a natural or physical resource. Secondly, that the item makes a contribution to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. Thirdly, that the contribution must be derived from any one archaeological, architectural, cultural, historic, scientific or technological quality, and that the item can include sites, structures, places and areas.
Can I just go back for a second? When you say in 39 any departure from the definition of interest of flaw, is the addition of an additional quality a departure from it? Is that legitimate? Because I mean, in terms of PC9, there is an additional quality introduced. So is that a legitimate departure or an illegitimate departure?
No, I think it will be if you introduce an additional quality which is not within the definition, you're going to be introducing a flaw in your assessment. I stand by that submission. Now, if we take the HCC example, they've added group quality and group characteristics. It seems to me that within that, it's still in the other qualities are still inherent within that. But I do accept the point that if someone was to establish an item as built heritage only based on that quality, without being able to present inherently within the group to any of the other qualities in statutory definition, I would say they're on very shaky ground.
So, I mean, is it going beyond that point to say then that particular quality in context or whatever it's called, the group one is a subsidiary quality?
Yes. Yeah. And I think it needs to be viewed in that context. If you were assessing that quality absent the presence of any other quality within the statutory definition, you're in trouble.
In real terms, it's unlikely.
It's unlikely because it feels it feels like it would inherently come off the back of the others. But yeah, again, it would be in isolation would be a concern. In paragraph 41, I say that notably within the definition, there's no mention of concepts such as low, moderate, high, significant or outstanding, or any other similar descriptor. These concepts have been introduced by heritage experts and planners in their efforts to give practical effect to the definition of historic heritage. To be clear, there's no statutory requirement that an item display the identified qualities to a certain threshold descriptor. Now, I do want to make a point there that is not a criticism of the heritage experts and what they've attempted to do. It makes sense that they will attempt to create some order in chaos. So I have no problem with the idea that when you're evaluating a quality, we should try and find some sort of structure that can be applied. And if that structure contains a series of descriptors, descending or ascending, and at one particular point in that range, we all accept that if you get to this point, you're over the line. There's no problem with that conceptually, as an introduced feature of an assessment. In fact, I'd go further to say I think it's necessary.
Well, otherwise everything that qualifies.
Yep. But what I do make the point of is that what the definition calls for is the two-stage practical examination of the item. First, to determine whether the item does possess an archaeological, architectural, cultural, historic, scientific, or technological quality. And secondly, whether that quality contributes to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures deriving from one of those qualities. It's the second limb of the test that provides the critical qualifier. Once the quality is identified as being present within the item, it must be deemed to contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. Now, there's limited judicial authority on how this concept of contribution should be measured. I referred to Gordon and Auckland Council, where the Environment Court addressed a submission claiming that an item was not of national significance and therefore should not be deemed historic heritage. And you can see there at paragraph 13, the excerpt, that there's a rejection of this idea that it needed to be of national significance in order to qualify. And the point concludes by saying that the submission made for Mr. and Mrs. Gordon at the past site was of regional significance only, seems to have been based on a misunderstanding of that. Absent any clear statutory or judicial direction on when a quality is said to make the necessary contribution, plan makers and heritage experts have sought to introduce various assessment criteria and thresholds at which point an identified quality is deemed sufficient. In PC9, the central dispute amongst the heritage experts is determining the threshold at which a quality should be recognised as meeting the statutory test. Many argue that describing a quality as moderate is too low, and that a higher threshold, such as high, significant, or outstanding, is necessary. Ultimately, all of these descriptors are unhelpful without clear definition as to what they mean, and they're simply a proxy for the statutory test of whether, deriving from that quality, the item makes a contribution to the understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. Regardless of the descriptor selected as the threshold, what is critical is that the threshold used meets the statutory test. Further guidance on...
Sorry, can I just check? So is the threshold on the quality, or is the threshold on its contribution? Or is it on both? Because reading the text, there seems to be more of a concentration on the quality than there is on its contribution.
Well, it's a very important point. I think there are a series of conflations, I think, that have started to merge in terms of the various approaches. So to deal with that question, the definition calls for, in my submission, a binary answer. Does it contribute? Does the item? So let's break it down. Does the item contribute to an understanding or appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture? And is that status of the item in terms of the contribution it makes derived from any one of the qualities? That's the way the statutory definition works. Now,
but a contribution can be more or less. But you're saying
the definition doesn't give any indication. It either makes a contribution or it doesn't. So once you say it meets that definition of making that contribution, it is historic heritage. Now, this is an important point. Section 6F then gives you some flexibility to decide how you want to deal with that particular item. If the item is only making a moderate contribution or even a low contribution, it might be recognised and protected in a different way to an item which makes a significant or outstanding contribution.
I mean, historically, everything makes a contribution. That's the problem with it.
Well, this is the problem, and this is the point that Mr. Knott makes in his evidence in terms of HHAs, is to say, well, once you've identified a quality, and that quality is there and described as moderate or outstanding or high or whatever. The question is it making that, is it helping that area or that item to make that contribution? But this is where the conflation occurs, because that moderate qualifier in relation to the description of the quality then starts to sort of bleed into the nature of the contribution, and not just the nature of the contribution, but also, is the item outstanding? Is the item moderate? So there's this conflation of terms and descriptions that just seems to just sort of filter through all of this, and it kind of, you know, it would benefit from just being broken down and just rebuilt carefully. At 47, I've turned to the regional policy statement because this is obviously important. There is the statutory requirement to give effect to the regional policy statement, and the regional policy statement has does include certain provisions which bear upon historic heritage and the way that the district plan should operate. And I've just set out the relevant objective, which talks about site structures, landscapes and areas and places of historic and cultural heritage are protected, maintained and enhanced in order to retain the identity and integrity of the Waikato region and New Zealand's history and culture. And that the first policy is to provide for the collaborative, consistent and integrated management of historic and cultural heritage resources, and to improve understanding, information sharing and cooperative planning to manage or protect heritage resources across the region. And while that's a very laudable policy, not a heck of a lot has been done to give effect to that policy. So the regional policy statement does talk about a particular series of methods, and the first is method 1, which is to establish this regional heritage forum, which will and to be facilitated by the regional council, which will develop and assess options for a framework for the management of historic and cultural heritage through a centralised heritage inventory. And then there's the establishment of the inventory. And method 3 says that in terms of establishing that inventory, we will apply the criteria provided in APP 7, which we've examined in the context of HHAs. So the Regional Council is responsible for facilitating this forum. The Regional Council has advised that the forum does exist, but that the Regional Heritage Inventory, which is to be developed in that forum, has not been prepared. The Regional Council has previously advised that the forum is developing an information management framework for heritage areas to inform an inventory, but this is still in a very early stage. And we're told that the forum met on the 18th of July of this year, but there has been no progress on the regional heritage inventory. So accordingly, in terms of the methods identified in the RPS to implement the heritage objectives and policies, these have not been advanced particularly far and do not offer any real guidance in terms of how district plan making can give effect to the regional policy statement. But the one area of practical guidance is set out in APP 7 to the regional policy statement, which sets out an assessment criteria to be followed when assessing historic and cultural heritage. And APP 7 identifies the 6 qualities set out in the definition of historic heritage and breaks those qualities down into components, and then describes each component in terms of its features, the experience provided, and how it makes a contribution to an understanding of history and culture. And it's a useful tool in making practical sense of how a quality contributes to that understanding. Now, it's probably a good time just to go to that. It's set out at attachment A to the legal submissions, at the back of the legal submissions, and it's worth having a look at just to see how it works. You'll be familiar with it anyway, but the point I wanted to make was you can see that it deals with, at table 29, the 6 qualities that are set out in the definition. We've got archaeological, architectural, cultural, historic, scientific, and technological. And then it takes, so it then goes one step further than the statutory definition. It then breaks each of those qualities down into a series of components. And this is where license is being taken. This is someone's interpretation of how we can start to develop up an assessment criteria. So the regional policy statement then, for example, breaks archaeological qualities down into 3 separate components: information, research, and recognition or protection, and then gives a description of each of those components. So it's starting to build a framework that if you were going to, attack a built heritage potential item in terms of assessing it, this is the way that you could attack that assessment. And it all, there's much to applaud here, but there's also areas which lead you to just more questions. The point I make at 52 of the submissions is that notably APP7 does not attempt to quantify or calibrate the nature and extent of the quality in terms of low, moderate, high, or outstanding. It calls for an assessment of a quality in terms of the identified components, but it leaves the assessment methodology open to when a quality meets the threshold test in the RMA in terms of the definition of historic heritage. The assessment criteria does, however, assist by creating a framework to evaluate the contribution made by a quality, and at times uses descriptors such as significant, important, etc., or call for a quantification. And it, subparagraphs A through F, I've just set out some examples. It's sort of worth flicking back and forth. You can see, for example, under archaeological information, it talks about the potential of the place. Well, that immediately begs the question: how do I measure potential? Shall I call it low, high, moderate, outstanding, incredible, amazing? I mean, it's over to you. It's over to an expert to decide how you might rank or describe potential.
If I could check, do you have an opinion whether or not one should recognize built heritage if it has more than one quality? Right now, it simply needs one of the quality that's captured under success. But I don't see, maybe I've missed it, where we recognize something of more significance because it has 4 or 5 of the qualities, or all 6 of the qualities.
Yeah, but I think part of the answer to that is a legal answer, and part of it is an expertise answer. The legal answer I would give you is that the statutory definition just calls for a quality. It doesn't call for any kind of combination that's necessary. If you have just got one and it's making that contribution, you're over the line in terms of the statutory definition. Now, so that's the baseline legal position. I think there is, as you astutely pointed out, I think there is a real question here as to whether or not an assessment methodology which takes account of an item which ticks, for example, 6 out of 6 boxes, does that somehow get a kind of an outstanding categorization of something as distinct from something which is only one? Now, it may be that the built heritage item that just has the one is so important, and the contribution it's making to New Zealand, an understanding of New Zealand's culture and heritage, might make it just as important as the one that's 6. So, this is where experts now need to come to the party and help you to decide, is there magic in getting 6 out of 6 compared to 1? And how do you reconcile that? And how do you reconcile that in terms of the response under Section 6F? Is there a different kind of treatment for a 6 out of 6 in a plan compared to a 1 out of 6 or something else? Those are, and I think that's where heritage experts can help you to explore that particular point. But you have the baseline legal position, which is about as far as I can go on that.
But isn't the protection of the quality that you've identified, and not the protection of qualities that you haven't identified?
Well, it's not what Section 6F asks for. It asks for protection of. Well, let me think about that. I mean, it's the item that makes the contribution. Just going back to the definition. You see, it's historic heritage means those natural and physical resources. So it's the item, it's the resource that contributes to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures, deriving from any one of the qualities. Now, I take the point, if you lose the quality that was giving you that characteristic, you've lost historic heritage. So yes, I think if going back to your question, yes, the protection, the recognition and protection has to deal with that quality. If you recognise, but Section 6 asks you to recognise and protect historic heritage, which is the item. But if in your recognition and protection of the item, you fail to protect the quality, you haven't done your job.
And I mean, the import of the question is there's the provisions that you then develop around appropriateness and inappropriateness.
Should it be so granular and nuanced that it's tailored to quality, particular qualities? I mean, that would require you, I think, to then start categorising your built heritage items in terms of particular qualities.
That's what I'm wondering.
And then having particular objectives and policies and rules. I mean, you're starting to get pretty granular there. I would caution against that. I'd like to think that you could try and deal with it with a more top-down approach, which then left it to consenting. Now, this is that point about what role does Section 104 play. You'd like to think that at a 104 stage, with a particular item in mind, you can deal with that issue of that quality.
But doesn't the policy need to focus the mind of the 104 decision maker on the quality that's at risk?
Yes, yeah, it does. And on my feet, I'm not sure that the current. I mean, I'd have to go back and have a close comb through to see whether or not there's something more you see here about that.
Because I mean, if you don't do that, then you're left with a broad sweep, and that just opens up discretion to. And no one knows what they're doing.
It would be also relevant to the assessment claim. What the consenting officer's looking at, what the heritage impact assessment has to be prepared has to address.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take much, for example, to have a schedule of a built heritage item, which let's say it's categorised as A, so you've got it in the A category, but just have another column which identifies the particular qualities that got it in. And then policy reference and to taking particular account of those qualities when determining how it's dealt with at a single stage. That would make practical sense. Just find my page here now. So we were examining the APP 7 criteria, and at 52, I just make the point that there are again a range of descriptors or measurements that sit within the criteria. You know, for example, architectural style says the style of the building or structure is representative of a significant, whatever it might be. Cultural, the area, the place or area is important. You know, all of these, you know, scientific, the degree to which, again, just it's asking you to scale up somehow and try and the point I make about this is that if you look at these, what's being asked of you here, it's not as simple as just saying moderate's the right threshold or significance the right threshold, because they're all asking you a slightly different question. So you know, it's a trap to just simply say, oh, we're going to identify a simple set of descriptors. We're going to agree on a threshold at which point you're over the line. Because if you're going to just make it that simple, you probably need to go back and recast the way APP7 has framed its questions and its subcategories. So there's a bit of nuance to it in that.
I mean, I think we discussed this at the first hearing. I think is the extent to which Appendix 7 is a mandatory obligation in all respects, as opposed to the lead-in which has regard shall be given.
Yeah, I don't think it could be elevated to say it's mandatory. I mean, the other point is that it's supposed to be the criteria that will be applied to the evaluation of heritage items to go on the regional inventory list, which doesn't exist. So that was the purpose of APP7, and we know that it's been borrowed and people have said, well, it should be followed in this district plan making exercise. And I made the point in my submissions on HHAs. I said, just be careful, because in fact, APP7 was designed for this purpose. But I think it's fair. I mean, it's to look at APP7 and say, well, you know, this is what the regional policy statement intended for the regional heritage inventory. Why would we do anything radically different? So it seems like a reasonable lead to follow. But as mandatory, no, definitely not. So if in your decision making you decided, well, we think that there's some language within APP7 that's a bit unhelpful, and we'd recast it so that it's more amenable to a series of descriptors and a threshold, you are not in any way inhibited from doing so, prohibited from doing so. So at 53, I just make the point that if it's really at this evaluation of those subcategories within APP7 that the heritage experts must exercise their judgment as to the extent to which an item has a quality or qualities which address the criteria. And some experts do not appear to have explicitly followed APP7, which, as I say, there's some flexibility there, although it all appears that to have assessed potential items in terms of 6 identified qualities. So no one's departing from the statutory definition. The key, sorry, just before I move on 53, I just want to return to that submission I made earlier. So it's at this point that I say experts should have differences of opinions. I've got no problem having, if you look at APP7 and, you know, take the first one, archaeological qualities, information, the potential of the place or area to define or expand knowledge of earlier human occupation, activities or events through investigation using archaeological methods. I don't have any problem with experts having differing views on the potential. That is to be expected. That is part of an expert's task. And it's your task as a decision maker to review each expert's view of that potential and decide who you prefer. So to that extent, departures amongst the heritage experts at this point of the evaluation is very much part of the process, and there's no problem with that. The problem we have are departures from just the overall framework and how you might attack the issue. But this is the part where you know, the heritage experts earn their money. This is where they make the judgments, they draw on their expertise, and they make judgments on what do I think the potential is. So at 54, I've set out that I think the key issues and contention between the experts appear to be the factors beyond APP7 criteria that bear upon equality's evaluation, such as its local, regional, and national significance. So that feels like a live issue. There is, I think, a legitimate question to be addressed here, which is what is the role of national, local, regional, and national in terms of geographic extent of importance or impact, and how do you weave that geographical element into the assessment? Because again, nothing in the statutory definition. The Environment Court has made it clear that just because something is a regional and local and not national, that doesn't mean it's not historic heritage. But there is, I think, a clear theme running through the experts' evidence that there is a role here for making distinctions between local, regional, and national significance. The question is what role and where we fit it in. There's also the sort of live question of the nature of the descriptors and how they're used to classify the quality, such as low, moderate, high, and outstanding. We know that. And then having applied the descriptor to that quality, there's this critical question of what threshold an item is deemed historic heritage. Each expert has approached the matter slightly differently. There is some areas of common ground, but there are, I think, differences in approach which are leading to differing views on what should be recognised as historic heritage. Now, at 56, I make the point that the confusion that exists is not assisted by the current operative provisions of the ODP, which set out an assessment methodology at Appendix 8-1.2. It is headed Heritage Assessment Criteria and broadly follows APP7 in identifying the 6 qualities set out in the RMA definition, but adds the further quality of context or group qualities. The Heritage Assessment Criteria takes some but not all of the APP7 individual quality components and also introduces thresholds into the criteria. For example, historic quality takes the components of associative value and historical pattern from APP7, but it adjusts the wording and it then introduces thresholds of outstanding, high, and moderate to the associative component, but only high and moderate for the pattern component, with descriptors of what that might mean. Other qualities have similar threshold references and all are different. Heritage expert for the HCC, Ms. Cadigan, has provided an analysis of these provisions and identified the uncertainty that's created and the potential areas for improved clarity. And I've just set out as Appendix B, Attachment B, that section of the ODP. And it's just worth reviewing where they as I say, it takes APP7, but then it builds more in. It starts introducing descriptors, outstanding, high, and moderate for some, but not all. It seems like it was an attempt to take some of the unanswered questions that sit within APP7 and give it a framework, but it's just not great, and it's inconsistent and incomplete. And so, for anyone looking at that and thinking about how it could apply, I think it can lead to confusion. This raises an important scope point. So PC9 is notified did not seek to amend those provisions in 8.1.2, but a number of submitters have sought that the assessment methodology for heritage items be amended, both in the context of HHAs and built heritage, including any necessary consequential relief. And HCC readily recognises the need to clarify the matters. So
just to be clear, are you saying you think there is scope through the submission process and there's no Fair Water Limit 2 issues because everyone with an interest in heritage is already in the mix?
Absolutely. I think it would sail through them to a clear water in terms of everyone that needs to be around the table is. And if you look at some of the scope and the way that the relief frame, particularly Kaingaroa, which is, you know, scathing, and once the whole thing, you know, reviewed and removed, methodology completely rewritten, I don't think there's any concerns about scope being there on the submissions. I mean, it raises one question, which is why this is actually in the district plan. I mean, I think that it doesn't need to. You can make a heritage assessment on a particular item, and you can schedule it in the plan, and you can apply objectives, policies, and rules to those schedule items. You didn't actually need to set out the assessment methodology. So it's not as if it has to be in. I think it's a good idea that it is there, because I think it helps people to understand how something has got through the gateway test and it's become scheduled. So it sort of helps plan users to understand, you know, what's important. So I don't have any strong view that it should or shouldn't be in the plan. I think probably on balance, I would say it's good to have it. You know, what was the assessment methodology that was applied to items that made it into the schedule? This is it. I think that helps plan users.
Do we have any submissions which seek deletion of the entirety of that schedule? Thinking about in terms of the scope, we've got to amend.
I'm not so sure deletion.
Yeah.
I don't believe deletion, but certainly amendment and rewriting of methodology and reconsideration of methodology.
I think the task is big enough, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, anyway, so my point at 58 was just to say that in practical terms, if the panel gives an interim decision or direction on the assessment methodology and thresholds, which it intends to then apply to the evaluation of each proposed item, it then follows that to the extent that the ODP provision contains provisions which detail the nature of that assessment, those provisions must be aligned. So accordingly, consequential relief necessary to update section 8-1 and 2.
And is that the point at which your advice to us would be that then we would then workshop that if we're going that far?
I think so. I mean, and this is where again I come back to the point, and this is in fact it's this, you've sort of anticipated paragraph 59, where I've said there's no universal agreement amongst the various heritage experts in relation to the drafting changes. There remains an opportunity for expert conferencing at this point, and the city's strong preference has been for the issues to the table as they are now, and with submissions and evidence, and then if conferencing is directed by the panel, that it be focused on addressing specific questions or tasks identified by the panel as opposed to a general discussion. Yeah, and I think that's the point I made earlier. I mean, I think this morning this discussion has been helpful for me. It'll certainly have been helpful for all of the experts that are watching and listening. And I think that if off the back of this there are specific tasks, I think we'll get more out of conferencing with those tasks being defined and set and focused. So at 60, I posed the question, so what does HCC seek? Well, it seeks a heritage assessment criteria which reflects the statutory definition of historic heritage, gives effect to the WRPS by reflecting APP 7, and if the criteria is to be developed beyond that set out in APP 7 to include thresholds, those thresholds must be linked to answering the statutory question of does the item contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures deriving from any one of the qualities. If a quality or qualities exist, but not to the extent that it enables the item to make this contribution, then the item is not historic heritage. At 61, I've dealt with this point, but it's that not all qualities and components of qualities will lend itself to a threshold descriptor. Staying with that framework in APP 7, for example, architectural qualities, designer or builder, it's a binary question. Was the building or structure's architect, designer, engineer or builder a notable practitioner or made a significant contribution to the region or nation? Okay, there's a judgment to be made about what constitutes notable, but yeah, it's calling for a binary answer. It either is or isn't. Another example is archaeological qualities, recognition and protection, binary answer to whether the place is a registered site. Accordingly, if thresholds are used, they must be tailored to the specific quality and must be set at a level which answers the statutory question in the affirmative. The city will present evidence from Ms. Cadigan, its in-house heritage expert, and Ms. Cadigan will address the current drafting and the heritage assessment criteria within the ODP and identify the areas for improvement and clarification. She'll also address you on those items that she considers can be removed without methodology being resolved. And then the city's planning expert, Ms. Gold, will present evidence in relation to the planning provisions which recognise and protect historic heritage from an appropriate subdivision use and development. That's the ground covered for built heritage. I'm happy to answer any questions.
It's not really a question, it's more of a request. In relation to the list of matters that Ms. Cardigan recommends can be removed, just wondering if we could have an indication of whether, and it might be something that you can't provide at the end of the hearing, whether the removal is contested by any submitter, just so we know that.
Yes, we'll do that. It's a piece of analysis for you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ms. Madani. We'll take a break and rest our brains for a few minutes, I think. Let's resume at 11 o'clock, shall we? And we'll resume. Cadigan presumably at that. Yep. rather than just highlighting a generic quality. So does it give more particular direction in terms of those things? You'll be able to talk.
I will hand over to Ms. Cadigan shortly. I just wanted to check before I do. She's prepared a statement of evidence, a statement of rebuttal. The statement of evidence has got an executive summary. It might be convenient to read that, or she can just go straight into questions. So it's just question how you prefer to deal with this.
Yeah, and we do have questions, but I'm happy for you to warm yourself up by and warm us up by just giving us a quick executive overview.
Right. So, Ms. Cadigan, you've prepared a statement of evidence dated the 24th of August, which has been filed in this proceeding. And you've also prepared a statement of rebuttal evidence dated the 6th of October. You confirm the contents of those documents to be correct. Right. And you've got an executive summary within your main statement. You can just proceed by reading that, please.
Thank you. So beginning paragraph 12, my primary evidence. I was not involved in the preparation or notification of Plan Change 9, which predated my commencement with council in March 2020.
Can I just check whether people can hear at the back?
Sorry.
No. So maybe pull that just a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
I began leading the Plan Change 9 Built Heritage Topic Expert Review in April 2023. I recommend that 33 notified built heritage places are removed from Schedule 8A, the reasons outlined in my evidence at paragraphs 40 to 43 and within Attachment 1. I recommend that the original outbuilding at existing built heritage place, H49 129 Cambridge Road, Hillcrest, is added to the listing title to be managed in conjunction with the main dwelling in Schedule 8A. I also recommend that the interior of existing built heritage place, H49 129 Cambridge Road, Hillcrest, is managed as built heritage and that provisions are written to support this. I recommend that the road fronting quarter of 86 to 88 Clarkin Road, Fairfield, is identified as the area associated with the known heritage qualities of the built heritage place. Furthermore, I see merit in council adopting a place-based approach to managing built heritage and implementing an extended place mapping mechanism. My high-level review of the built heritage assessment methodology and the operative district plan identifies areas of ambiguity and improvement, with the overall recommendation that there is merit in a detailed review. I propose that the core uncontested elements of Appendix 8 are utilised as building blocks for this review and make recommendations for how this could progress. At paragraphs 62 to 75 of my evidence, I have set out a series of recommendations which inform a revised assessment methodology. In summary, I support a two-tiered category or ranking approach. I recommend a shift to 2 threshold levels with a clear relationship to the A and B rank categories. I consider the threshold levels require revision. I recommend plan ranking into categories A or B are determined overall by both the heritage assessment criteria and the geographical context. I agree with the existing operative district plan 7 heritage assessment criteria. I consider there may be benefit in condensing or combining the heritage assessment sub-criteria to make one clear statement under each heritage quality whilst maintaining the integrity of the criteria. I propose that a revision of the built heritage assessment methodology is accompanied by a standard council template for assessment, which includes a table of heritage values, both qualities and the geographic extent, and a section for a summary statement of heritage values. I recommend a series of updates to the plan provisions to reflect my findings.
Thank you very much for that summary. Just down at, just looking at your table 2, where you were talking about rationalisation of the methodology. Found the information in that it was a bit dense for me. So perhaps you could just take that through us. Must have been late at night I was looking at it. Obviously, this is a way that you're suggesting is the way that the criteria, the methodology could be improved. And secondly, my my take on the comments you've received from other experts is that, you know, people seem to be generally on board with the direction of travel that you've indicated.
Generally, yes.
Hmm.
So to take you to table 2, that was my attempt to put forward a hopefully understandable way of what we've currently got and how we could shift largely just the terminology that we use in the operative district plan for a clearer relationship between the A and the B categories.
Yes.
And the thresholds or the descriptors that we use in order to put built heritage places when they're assessed into those categories. Because at the moment we've got the 3 threshold levels and the 2 categories A and B. And my understanding of the way that those 3 thresholds have been used, not necessarily defined in the plan, but how they've been used in practice, is that they're largely conflated with geographical extent. So moderate has generally been used to signify that a place has local significance, and high, regional, outstanding, national. And so in order to put forward my idea that we could have just 2 thresholds to go into those 2 categories, I made this table. And so to take you through it, we've got the operative district plan threshold, outstanding, high, moderate. Low is where I popped in a footnote because the operative district plan doesn't set any thresholds beyond moderate. But generally in practice, we do have 5 so descriptors for assessing against the heritage quality or the value or the significance of the place. And so whilst they're not there, I put them in just because I think it's useful if we're going to be making some changes to include that level of threshold. So at the moment we've got outstanding, high and moderate, which relate to highly significant or significant high. The high threshold picks up both A and B category descriptors, and then moderate is significant. And then we've got the geographic threshold. In my reading was that outstanding picked up local through national. High could pick up local through national, but moderate was restricted to local and regional. You couldn't attribute moderate value at a national level. And that was where part of that came from, reading the descriptors of category A and B. Those words were just missing from descriptions. And so I thought it would be useful to put forward a 2 thresholds, highly significant and significant, which are directly pulled from the description of category A and category B places. Category A is a place of high or highly significant. Category B is a place that is of significance or is significant. And then the proposed threshold 2 is where I've used the descriptors that were existing in the plan. Outstanding. And then I said you could use a synonymous term such as exceptional. And then the next threshold down would be high or considerable. And I think I've footnoted that in a paragraph in my evidence where I said those are just terms or descriptors, and I would welcome the expert discussion on the appropriate terminology they would justify as putting forward at that point in time to start the discussion. And then if you move along, we've got the clear relationship to the rank A and B, and then we've got the proposed geographic threshold where both of the categories are available to be given local through to national district restrictions.
In terms of sort of the disappearance, if you like, of moderate, could potentially be the criticism that you just sort of rename it. I mean, as was said in the legal submissions, I mean, it's the meaning you give to the word that's important and what sits behind it. But my understanding is that not everything that might have a moderate descriptor now would sort of make it eventually, so that there is some assessment that goes into the how this new methodology might be applied.
Yes, to pick up on the first comment you made, I am more on the side of effectively renaming rather than changing the threshold to my mind, the threshold still remains at significant or highly significant. And what this table does is effectively renames the thresholds or the descriptors that you use in your assessment to reach either of those thresholds. And that has come from my view that the current descriptors or thresholds are conflated with that geographical context. So to my mind, best practice would be that you disaggregate your thresholds, your significance descriptors, and your geographical descriptors. And in doing so, you take local out of moderate, or you take regional out of high. And so then if something has, or you've assessed a place and you're saying it has moderate value, to my mind, that's saying you're significant at a local level.
Just to help us and to sort of put this into context, can you tell us, give us an example of something, which basically would fall either side of the line, the AB threshold, just so we get some idea as to what we're looking at. Because I mean, depending on whether you classify it as or you're ranked A or B, obviously quite significant implications for those people who have those properties.
Mm-hmm. So I would say the majority of category B places are places that have been assessed to have significance at a local level. Whilst you're not confined in that, it's generally an experience of those places that are of regional or national geographic significance that you're starting to come up into that outstanding or highly significant category. And we've got places like that across Hamilton. Not necessarily well reflected in the plan change 9 places. There's only 5 proposed places that are category A, but each of those places have been assessed as having outstanding value against each of their qualities. So that's one way of.
So are there examples of outstanding local in A?
One of which is actually relevant because I was going to draw your attention to it. We've got the Russian Bell Tower, which sits within the Hamilton Gardens. That's a proposed category A place. It's received outstanding in the majority of its assessment boxes, so to speak, through the WSP report. And that place was actually commissioned or constructed in 2002. So to speak to the question earlier on, we're not restricted to the date of about 1970 in the built heritage.
I guess until we get on the ground, I'm still not clear where the dividing line is.
In terms of Appendix 8, there's not necessarily that guidance that gives you direction. I see usually the guidance document that accompanies your Appendix 8 or equivalent is where you start seeing inclusion and exclusion indicators in those questions, such as what's in the Heritage New Zealand guidance that pose how you critically consider a place when you're undertaking your assessment as to whether or not it is, for example, significant or whether or not it is highly significant. And some of those relate back to the qualifying words that we see in the regional policy statement that you call out, whether it's notable, whether it's an example or a great example, is it representative or highly representative, the words that you see in the regional policy statement. Some of them I see have come through into Appendix 8, and that's what you've been picking up in your guidance and your questions and your indicators as to how you can assess the significance of the place into those 2 categories.
Yeah. And to what extent are you reliant, and it seems to be quite a lot of reliance on the NZHPT significance guidance?
Well, some other councils like Wellington and Auckland, they've produced their own guidance. For other smaller councils that don't necessarily have the ability to produce such guidance, or it's still in progress, the Heritage New Zealand guidance is a very effective tool because it's relatable across historic heritage. It operates under a different legislative framework, but it still poses those critical questions where you've got similar qualities, because not all of the qualities will be the same. They've got something like 10 to 12 qualities. But it's the same framework for posing those questions for how you consider a place.
Just another question on quite a different thing, which is in relation to assessing in an application the values represented by a heritage item. So if I'm looking at E2 and the assessment criteria 1.3, just asks that the extent to which the heritage values of any buildings identified in the schedule would be adversely affected. So if I go to the schedule, then obviously if I understand it, the column is key heritage criteria. It might have several A, B, C, D, E, F, etc. But the actual information that I'd be wanting is in an assessment report, isn't it? Is that right? Which I can ask for.
A heritage impact assessment?
Yes, so I mean, obviously, a reference to A, B, C, D, etc. is quite general. But on that specific item, it would have a report that related to
I
its,
see.
yes.
Yes. So sort of an inventory record or the
Yes.
assessment. Yes.
Yes, so that's the thing I'd look at as an applicant or as a consenting officer.
Yes, that would inform. Yep, and council holds those for all of the scheduled places that we've currently got. And we do have those assessment forms for all of the plan change line places. Yep. And the values that have been identified have informed that column in appendix A.
Yes. Yes, so if I was looking at that, it would be quite clear which of the criteria it fell out on.
Yes.
Yeah, it related to. Yes, that would be useful if we could have a couple of examples
Of the existing ones?
those
or-
inventory sheets.
Yes, for existing places.
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any preference, or shall we can provide a range of B, A?
I guess it'd be helpful just to see how it's actually been done, and I guess to form a bit of a view in terms of the adequacy of the signposting in those documents.
Just one question. In some of the evidence, I think, with us and heritage areas, but there was some discussion about potentially sites that had been identified as over time becoming more important. So getting as potentially other sites are lost. Do you think, I mean, is there anything we need to bear in mind, or is that something that can be addressed through a further plan review in the future? So if something is scheduled as a built heritage now, as a Schedule B item, but over time, more and more examples similar to that are lost, so that retains greater importance. Is that best addressed through a further plan review, or is it something that we should be looking at?
So I think that was that wasn't something that was included in my evidence, but I don't know what you're referring to. And to my mind, we don't necessarily have the ability through our existing criteria to really pick out that part. I suppose you're speaking to the rarity value of the place. What informs that for me would be undertaking comparative analysis, which is something that hasn't necessarily been done to date. And so that's where you would start finding and looking for other places that will inform your recommendation that you can make, and which may, in a district plan review, you may find that through a resource consent or an unscheduled place that you identified in your assessment as a comparable place has now been lost. And so yes, it may elevate the one place you have remaining in that particular area that may become more rare, but no one criteria, they're not weighted. And so it's something that you can consider, but I don't think it necessarily means that you would be elevating it on that alone. In a review process, you'd be looking across the board of what you've got.
Yeah. And I think I read somewhere that you've actually collaborated with Ms. Gould in terms of, I mean, you've made a number of recommendations in terms of provisions and so on, but you haven't covered them in your evidence. I think you've worked behind the scenes, haven't you, with Ms. Gould with the provisions?
We have worked collaboratively where I've made recommendations, for example, for introducing the extension phase mapping. It's picked up on that. Same for where I've recommended the interior of the place to be included. I understand that Ms. Gold has picked up on that and has gone through and made provision changes to reflect that. I haven't had any input into the actual writing of the.
All right, but I mean, you've made some recommendations, for example, simplifying the sub-criteria. Has that been, I haven't noticed that picked up.
Oh, no, so that's part of Appendix 8. That's the methodology part. I have made an attempt to do such a exercise, but in the absence of any expert conferencing, it hasn't really gone much further.
So they're still lying on the table as recommendations to be followed through?
Yes, it didn't form part of my evidence. It was an exercise I undertook outside of evidence.
Right. So, I mean, as we move through the process here, is there an opportunity to pick those ideas up in some further detail and have those? And I wonder whether that's something which should come to us or whether that's something which we might direct in terms of the future prospect of conferencing. You wonder?
Well, my preference would be to get some guidance from the panel, perhaps after a little bit more evidence is heard. And then Ms. Kidding could potentially tailor what she's got to pick up any of that feedback. But I think the idea of anchoring any conferencing with some kind of starting position, which Hamilton City Council is happy to lead, would be very useful. But in terms of exactly what that starting position looks like, we'd be grateful for some guidance from the panel to see whether or not we're on target or not.
I mean, obviously, well, not obviously, but simplifying processes where they're still useful is obviously a pretty good start point. So it'd be good to see what you had in mind, I guess, but I guess they can't come in unless we direct it to come in, I suppose, from this point onwards, can it? Because it's new evidence, basically. Point.
Well, we're certainly happy to submit something to the panel for your consideration. It's just a question of how that would work procedurally. Yes, do we circulate it?
I know.
It's
just that we've got some apparently good ideas dangling. At the moment, we don't know what's behind them.
So I guess the key thing for the city is, first of all, I didn't overhear your animated conversation. But as a starting point, is there a general acceptance that APP7 represents a good base position from which to start building a methodology? I mean, that's a first sort of initial question that I think we would have. And if the answer is yes, and that the way that APP7 breaks down the qualities into those subcategories all looks like a useful foundation, well, that's a great starting point. And then the question is, is the panel remaining interested in pursuing the concept of the A and B categorization and the different treatment? Again, these are quite sort of foundational questions that start to help build a methodology. Is the panel, another question might be, is the panel interested in recognising geography in the way that it's been talked about, in the sense that those that have a national significance might influence the categorisation? Then there was a question from, I think, you as the chair, that could something that's only local still be significant? And the answer is yes. So what does that mean in terms of A and B ranking. But, you know, those are the sorts of questions that I think if we can get some indication from you, perhaps at the end of today, when it's possible, on where your thinking is starting to sit, we can test the drafting and make sure that what we come up with in terms of a starting point conferencing is beginning to reflect your expectations.
I'm looking for concurrence here.
I've just got one question if I could.
Yeah.
In your evidence in section 43, you highlight the properties that as part of your review, you're comfortable to remove. And the reasoning was inaccuracy, overstated or unsubstantiated heritage qualities. Could you walk me through a couple of examples? I just want to understand how they were in, what had changed and why they're now out based on your review.
Yes, the first example that comes to mind would be 11 Francis Street.
Yep.
So that's a villa on the Hamilton East side of town. From memory, it received a moderate or higher threshold ranking under architectural qualities, and that was one of the only qualities or sub-criteria that lifted it to being included as a Category B place. And the explanation given in the assessment document was reliant upon a window. And my understanding is that it was a pair of windows that had been included under the veranda. And based on my experience, that's a very typical feature of a villa. And I felt that that was not of enough value to include the place as a Schedule B historic heritage.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the moment.
Thank you.
Here's the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll return to that evidence. So I'll call if I can, Scott, just give the planning evidence in relation to the plan.
Thank you.
You've produced a statement of evidence dated the 1st of September and some rebuttal evidence stated the 6th of October of this year. You confirm the contents are true and correct? Yes. And you have within your statement of evidence an executive summary? Yes. Just asking you to read your executive summary. Oh, just before you do that, are there any other comments that you wish to make in terms of the discussion that was had about the quality being identified, schedule and the assessment both
maybe with the, yeah, let's say after the following questions.
You might need to pull that a little bit closer to you.
Sorry.
Yes.
That Miss Cadigan answered.
Okay.
Evidence starting at paragraph 9. HCC last undertook a comprehensive citywide stocktake of the built heritage in the city in the late 1990s. HCC updated the provisions for built heritage through the last district plan review, which were deemed operative in 2014 with the resolution of the appeal from Heritage New Zealand. The preparation of PC9 involved a citywide review of built heritage items. As a result of that review, Plan Change 9 has notified proposers to add 181 new buildings, built heritage items to Schedule 8A. PC9 also updates the provisions relating to built heritage in Chapter 19, Historic Heritage, Appendix 1.1 Definitions, Appendix 1.2 Information Requirements, and Appendix 1.3 Assessment Criteria to ensure the district plan better aligns with the Heritage New Zealand Pohere Tonga Act 2014 and the Resource Management Act 1991. In particular, Section 6F and the definition of historic heritage in Section 2. I've reviewed the submissions of the built heritage topic and in response have made recommendations which are explained in my primary evidence and set out in attachment A to my evidence. I just want to move forward to paragraph 18 from there, just noting that while the focus of built heritage in Plan Change 9 was the identification and scheduling of additional buildings, my evidence is only focused on the amendments to the provisions relating to built heritage in Chapter 19 and the relevant appendices 1.1 and 1.3. Popping right through, my evidence then sets out what those changes were in detail and how I addressed relative to the submissions where I've made suggested changes. And in my conclusion, I note that I support the recommendations made by Ms. Cadigan in relation to the extent of place and the inclusion of the interior 129 Cambridge Road and the items to be removed from Schedule 8A.
Scott, since preparing that evidence, there's also been a statement of rebuttal.
Yes.
I understand that after the rebuttal was filed, we also had discussions with Section 42A author in relation to the final set of provisions.
Yes.
And those final set of provisions are attached to the updated Section 42A. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the panel has a updated draft version or recommendations version that has been compiled. With my rebuttal, given it's been available for a number of weeks, I'm happy, and I don't have a summary in it as such. I'm happy to either read through that or just highlight the points where there is a couple of amendments that I'd like to put forward.
Preference.
I've read it.
We've already, why don't you just touch on the key elements
ones.
from your rebuttal? Just remind us, thank you.
Yes, so moving to paragraph 7, which addresses policy 19.2.3B, which is in response to Ms. McAlley's evidence from Historic Places New Zealand. I had agreed with her reasoning and suggested amendment to the introductory paragraph set out in paragraph 15 of her evidence. However, I note that this amendment has been omitted in error from those combined tracked versions, and it is simply to include the words, sorry, it should read the extent of place should be discouraged and only be allowed. And that was in response to removing the avoid part of that policy. Then moving forward to paragraph 12. So again, in response to Ms. McAlley's comments on policy 19.23J, Roman numeral 2. And I agreed with the conclusion that the wherever possible in the context of the policy could result in unintended consequences should be removed. Furthermore, I agreed that the restores is a better term when considering the ICMOS definition of restoration. However, the operative district plan definition differs and does not address the removal elements that detract from the heritage value. Given there is an operative district plan definition, then further consideration of the ICMOS definition would not be sought in a consenting space. Therefore, I consider a gap still exists. While it could be interpreted that unsympathetic alterations and additions could be removed, it's not clear given the operative district plan definition of restoration. If it can be agreed that a consequential amendment can be made to the definition of restoration, which we didn't alter through Plan Change 9, then I would agree with the suggestion that amendment by Ms. McAlley, which is to reword that policy to conserves and restores the authenticity and the integrity of the building or structure. However, if it cannot be the definition cannot be amended, then the policy I considered should be amended to read conserves, maintains, and where practicable enhances.
Modani, your advice on that, is it a consequential amendment within our ability to make?
Yes, absolutely.
All right then. Sorry, just
So
noting that.
we strike paragraph 16 then?
Yes. Just noting that Historic Places in the legal memo that came through, I saw this morning, had revised again and sought the whole deletion of that. But if that consequential amendment to the definition can be made, then I don't believe we need to strike out wherever possible enhances.
Just while we're on that one, obviously there's been some differences in views between the whether enhance should be included or not, and whether where practicable to be added. I know you've added and where practicable, and I was just reflecting on Mr. Muldowney's submissions this morning, which included an excerpt from the RPS, I think it was, which said protect or enhance, and just wondered your view on whether and where practical enhance is consistent with that higher policy direction of or enhance.
I need to go back to what.
Yeah, so it's policy HCB P1, which was quoted at paragraph 47 of Mr. Muldowney's submission, which talks about heritage, historic and cultural heritage are protected, maintained, or enhanced. Be interested at some point.
Yes, yes. And I did at one point include changed an and for an or in regards to enhance. But it was felt that we could end up with another outcome that wasn't what we're actually achieving, as in those two, the protect and maintain, or enhance. It just didn't all fit together as such, but I will review what it is that's come from the original. Yes.
No, but I think there was some discussion about this, and the question was whether there was a risk if you use or enhance. Does that mean that the conservation and maintenance is lost if you somehow find a way to enhance it without conserving and maintaining? And I'm not quite sure what the answer to that is, but the risk of using or is that someone can point to enhancement. There's some kind of justification for not conserving or maintaining. Now, it may be that it's impossible to achieve a hard enhancement without conservation and maintenance. I don't know, that was the issue.
And I think I saw in some of Heritage New Zealand the submissions for evidence where there was a discussion about that enhancement may not be appropriate in all cases as well. And that was their concern with the word enhance being included. But I guess I'm just conscious that it is in that higher order policy document and trying to reconcile.
Yes.
Ms. Scott, can I just check what I thought I heard you say? Did you say you'd received legal submissions from NZHPT? Because we haven't received any.
I had emails this morning that had kind of orders and
from not from Heritage New Zealand, I don't think.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, yeah, there was something from Mr. Allen on behalf of Kaingaora. Was that you weren't thinking of that one? I mean, don't need to find out now, but if there is a legal submission from, it'd be good to see it. Yeah, yeah.
Apologies, it's not a legal submission. It's a letter to be tabled from Historic Places New Zealand. Yes. I received it from Craig
sometime ago.
first thing this morning.
That's right.
Okay, that's the only 2 points in my rebuttal that I wish to raise. Following, as Mr. Maldani has pointed out, following my evidence, my primary evidence and my rebuttal, Ms. Nita Bollery has produced a 42A report, and I have been in discussions with her, and we have, for the most part, aligned on the majority of the amendments, and those are set out in the tract recommendations that you've got in front of you. There are a couple of points, though, I'd like to make where there's a difference, and then there's a couple of tidy ups that are still required. The first one is in relation to policy 1923A and B.
Sorry, 1923.
A. Yeah, so the demolition of buildings and structures. And then what I would refer to as the new B, which is the split from A had demolition and removal from the site in the same policy, and I have recommended that that's be split into 2 separate policies. And it relates to the wording in the 42A where it's recommended that the words that are deleted avoid except where. So this is a point that comes up in a later policy raised by Kāinga Order, but they haven't raised it on this one. Taking a step back, we had a issue with the policy A in the notified tract version that was appended to the notified section 32, and policy A didn't actually show up in that document. It is available and has been available in the electronic plan the whole time. As such, the only submission we have is HCC seeking the reinstatement of that policy as notified, and we had 2 other submitters who supported the policy, but they didn't seek any amendments. The other amendments, I did make a number of amendments to that policy and to the new policy B, but these were for coherity and to retain the intent of what was notified, and that subsequent split into 2 separate policies. In drafting the recommended amendments, I was cognizant of the relief sought by the submissions, but I don't disagree with Ms. Bollery's recommendation, which is to remove that except where, avoid except where, and then we have some sub clauses. So that wording is, as recommended by the section 42, is in the combined tract changes that includes the except where. However, the new policy B still retains that wording, and that was simply in response to Ms. Bollery's report, section 42A report appendix A. It didn't actually include that new B in the error. So when we've combined these tract changes, we've put the 2 policies, and one's come from section 42 and the new B has come from mine. So we've got this junk, I guess, of this phrasing of avoid except where, which Kāinga Order has raised concerns with in other policies.
Just in terms of, you say policy B, can you just, what's the full?
So it's the removal of scheduled buildings and structures from the site identified in Schedule 8A shall be avoided except where alternatives have been fully investigated.
Yeah. There may be a typo, which is where demonstrate these alternatives are not predictable. Is that
it should be practicable.
that's what I think it might be.
Yes.
And yes, you just go back on that earlier point. It is a tabled letter from the area manager, isn't it?
Yes.
That came through on Friday. So yes, do have that.
So yes, I guess there's that this matter that needs to be addressed. Moving on to table 19.3.1, I reorganized that as such in my evidence. And I moved, rather than repeating each one, I moved them up. So we've got A ranked, B ranked on the same descriptor for the activity status. And then I've added a exceptions column. So that is to help address the extent of place and the interiors. And some existing exceptions, I guess, we already had in relation to the Waikato Hospital campus and the Wintec campus. There's a couple of scheduled items on very large sites. In that column, though, some of the wording I propose is a building or structure is specifically excluded. I don't think that word specifically should be retained in those. In that wording, it's not entirely accurate, and that is the reference to the supporting heritage inventory for exclusions is probably more appropriate than having them specifically listed in the schedule. And that's just simply a tidy up.
And can I just check with you too, the extent of place exception at the head of that table, is that supposed to apply to the whole table? Is that why it's sort of dangling against no particular activity? On the, on the first line there, on the right-hand side exception, you've added extent of place there. Does that relate to the entire table, or is it just misplaced?
That's possibly misplaced.
Okay. Again, I'd assume that, but I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to give us a tidied up version again.
Yes, and it'll be in conjunction with 42A. Just moving to Appendix 8A, I don't provide any tracked amendments to Appendix 8A except for describing how an additional column could be included to address the exclusions in my evidence. An option has been put forward in those recommended combined track recommendations. However, this would benefit from further consideration on how this would work in practice in combination with the addition of interiors, should the panel agree that both the inclusion of interiors and the extent of place is moved forward. There's one other minor correction of errors in the appendix. Bruce's Wharf was Bruce's Walk. So just a spelling error, and the built heritage item listed at 32 Somerset should actually be 32A Somerset Street.
Just two short questions. One relates to your paragraph 50 in your statement of primary evidence, and in that paragraph you've made a suggested change to replace the word qualities with the word values, and I guess my question is there any substantive difference in meaning between the two words? And I'm just conscious that both the APP7 and the section 6F of the RMA refer to qualities rather than values. And yeah, so I'm just interested to know, is there a difference in meaning here? And is that intended?
I don't believe so. So throughout the notified ODP, it refers to values pretty much throughout. Yeah. This would be the one exception where we suddenly refer to qualities. But then noting there is a little bit of a, I guess, a disconnect between that and I believe that Schedule 8A lists it as qualities.
Yeah, I just wondered if there's a potential for confusion if we've got sort of a methodology that's referring to qualities, and then we've got a policy that's then referring to values. You know, using different words tends to imply that there's a slight different meaning. I guess I'm just,
Yeah, and like I said, this was almost the exception to that. It's the only one that did use the word qualities. So we were trying to align all the policies to say use the same values. Yeah.
The second question was just in relation to your rebuttal at para 22, and you're referring there to Kāinga Ora's expert evidence, and you referred to Mr. Brown and his comments around setting.
Yep.
And I think you make the point, somewhere that they don't provide any expert planning evidence on those issues. It's just some comments from Mr. Brown. I just wondered, was that issue taken up by any other expert planners? Have we got any other expert planning evidence on that point, or is your evidence the only evidence we've got on that particular point in terms of setting and the definition?
I believe Historic Places or the Waikato Heritage Group may have addressed the issue of setting, but more so in relation to the extended place, which we have put forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Scott. I've just got some questions on setting and surroundings. I'm just looking at the definition you're proposing for setting. And it starts off, means where the extent of place is not mapped. So if the extent of place is mapped, then I don't have a setting, is that right?
Those matters would be picked up. It's my understanding is those matters would be picked up through that extent of place.
Right.
And that definition for setting isn't as necessary. But we didn't want to delete it at this stage because the setting definition still is applicable to all the existing ODP built heritage items that we don't have scope to go and draw or create those extensive places.
Okay. So if I have an extended place, and I understand that's pretty much always within the legal boundaries.
Canning.
Maybe not all of it.
Not
so
all of it.
You've got an example where you're
some,
only taking out the front piece of the section, and that's, but it doesn't go beyond the legal boundaries.
It could potentially go across several legal boundaries. But I guess the legal boundaries aren't formed in any way, shape, or form considering heritage. So the legal boundary is not 100%.
Right. Okay. And so we've got the setting and surroundings. And if I go to the definition of surroundings, in the second sentence it says it includes curtilage and the setting or extended place. So surroundings is or setting and extended place is like a subset of surroundings, and it's much broader.
Yes. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Do those concepts have any bearing on the way an application for development not within the heritage place might be considered? And what got me thinking about that was when I looked at the objectives. I look at 1921 and 1923, for example. The 1921, historic heritage that contributes to an understanding and appreciation of history and culture, etc., is identified and protected. And then over at 1923, heritage values of significant building structures and their setting and surroundings are protected. Could I, so take the example of a development next door to Heritage Place, and if I was concerned about that Heritage Place as a third party, do they give me the use of the word setting and surroundings there? Does that give me as a submitter a leg in to protect the Heritage Place next door to the building that's being proposed?
I'd need to go away and put
Yeah.
that lens across it, if you don't mind. I understand what you're,
Yes, I mean, I don't know, my initial thought is I tend to say no, because, you know, like we're protecting the heritage place, but by extending the surroundings beyond it, and quite clearly what happens around the surroundings of a heritage building could affect it, but is that the intent?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come back to you.
Just at 19.2. Scott's got it.
I think you're clear.
Just on interiors in 19.2.3K. That's the only policy where interiors have been mentioned or inserted.
Oh, in terms of the actual policy, I believe so. It's picked up further when we get to the activity.
I didn't
status.
find anything else that,
Yeah.
yeah. Just a question, I wonder whether that's actually enough to go on. You know, if we are now looking, and as I understand, you put one item in which has got an interior that
Yes.
is intending to protect, but these provisions anticipate that that's added to as interiors are. They may not be that numerous around the city, but the proposal is that there may well be some others that are protected in that way. Yeah, just my first take on that was it didn't quite seem enough, or didn't mention enough things. Now, someone's got to raise that by submission, obviously, for what I'm saying to have some legs, but I just raised that with you as a point. Now the next one was 19.23. So it's the one on removal of scheduled buildings. Oh, okay. So no, it's 19.23B.
Yes, I refer
Okay.
to as X in my evidence.
Just down at the last bullet there, which is little Roman 4. It's got removal to a new site provides a setting and surroundings that are compatible with the heritage values of the building or structure. So is the intent there that if I picked up a heritage building and moved it over somewhere else, that somehow that new site needs to protect the heritage values of the building?
That is my reading of it as well. Just to note that policy, that Roman numeral 4, is a copy from that split, and no one else submitted on that part of it.
Right. I could see how that might work when the heritage values of the building are restricted to the structure. So, you know, obviously we want to preserve the structure. There's a good reason perhaps for moving it, so it goes off to another site. But if the heritage relates to its setting, then we're not taking that with us, are we? So,
No, and that's
I guess that it probably comes down to the way it's been recognised. And if the setting hasn't been recognised, then it's relevant. But if the setting has been recognised, you may not get a consent anyway.
Yes.
Right.
Anything else? You give us a call. So, good.
Thank you. So that's the evidence for the sitting on heritage items so far. There's obviously a little more to play out, both in terms of any conferencing that's directed, and how that might be an impact on planning provisions. So for now, that's it.
Thank you very much. Good. Well, all right, we haven't sort of talked to you much, have we? And you're probably quite happy about that, but I mean, I noticed, you know, you've got a place down the back end, but is there anything that you want to tell us right now before we move on to submitters?
So as the school and again mentioned, we've been talking a lot throughout the formulation vision. So at this point, I don't have anything to add to that, but at the end, I will.
All right, thank you. Right, thank you, Stanley. Now we have a table statement from, is it Aeon Hall? How do you say that? Aeon? We're going to have an argument of tomato, are we? Okay. Anyway, we'll table that. And then we've got Laura Calloway and Waikato Heritage Group. Thank you. Yes, morning. Well, actually, it's afternoon now. So.
Yes. My apologies. I'm sure you're thinking about lunch.
It couldn't be further from our thoughts since you'd come before us.
Maureen, commissioners, thank you for hearing my statement and evidence today. I have submitted evidence, primary evidence and also rebuttal evidence, and this is on behalf of the Waikato Heritage Group.
Yeah.
And I will take as read that you've probably spent some time actually looking at it. I have one error, which in my mind is actually quite important, and that's on page 44. I have said that Auckland and Dunedin use moderate as a threshold, and I'd like that to be removed if at all possible. I jumped down a little bit of a rabbit hole after the HHAs and then started to look where moderate was actually used across district plans in New Zealand and found it rather challenging, and only came up with the use of the word moderate in one district plan to date, and that was in Christchurch.
Was that your rebuttal or your primary evidence? Primary evidence, and was it para 44 or page 44?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's 44. 44.
Oh yes, yeah, para 44.
Yes, yes, that is correct. So I've sort of tried to summarise a little bit what was in my evidence, just as an overriding statement. I've also done an individual specific item, which is for the hearts, and that of course is in session 3. They're not included in this. And in the same way, the individual items that have been proposed by the Waikato Heritage Group are also proposed to be discussed in session 3 and are not within this or all those submitted online at the time. The one of the aspects is the increase in heritage items that have been proposed. And as you'll be aware, this is because of potentially intensification. And the importance of this to Hamilton is not just the intensification,
but in the fact that this is the first significant time that heritage has been looked at in Hamilton City for approximately 23 years. And therefore, in my view, and I haven't written this down within my statement, you're seeing quite a large number of places being proposed, both by community, which includes the Waikato Heritage Group, and by the council. And that makes this, as you're aware, a major undertaking with all its complexities. So I would, however, say that while there has been a wider review looking at the city and addressing some long-standing proposals, there's also a range of built items that have still been absent when that initial study was actually undertaken. And you'll be aware from my statement that includes things like interiors, landscapes, mid-century modernist work, a number of aspects which are important to the historic heritage of Hamilton City going forward.
And just on those points, you're not suggesting that we have scope to deal with them under this plan change, are you?
No,
what are you
not at all. No, not at all.
In future, they need to be on the table.
Yes.
At some point.
Yes, I think the problem is that the way that the district plan was formed, and which I date almost back to that time, when it comes to historic heritage, is that in the 1980s it was based on the New Zealand Historic Places Trust recommendations for the list, of which I had a minor involvement. And at that time, what went forward were A, B, C, and D categories as it stood under the old Act. And that process, which was undertaken across the whole of New Zealand, was a nationwide and regional approach. And what was addressed was the understanding that local heritage is important, but also regional. And what went then forward to almost all of the district plans that I'm familiar with in the Waikato region is that actual, what we call classification list, of which some of it then progressed and ended up being scheduled, but not all of it. Some of those items were actually already registered by Heritage New Zealand, Historic Places Trust. Other items were in the process, but that was the primary basis for what you now see in the list of, I think, 117 or so that survived. After that time, there was very little change whatsoever. And the Regional Heritage Study in 1997, I also had a minor role in. And that was a process to try and coordinate the regional information about historic heritage. It was a very small study done very quickly on a very tight budget. But that provided the next layer of information that went across the region in terms of historic heritage built, of which, can I say, not a lot of that necessarily transposed into the scheduling. Some did not. And certainly that understanding of regional heritage wasn't able to be progressed at that time. After that time, very little entered into the schedules in Hamilton City Council. I've attended all, I think, except 2014. And so today what we see is quite a history of how things got to be there. And it's just a bit of background. So that covers off that particular component. Those wide-ranging items, as you've just said, could be considered in the next stage and find the gaps where there are. In terms of what's happened with the interiors, this is a concern that's been addressed by both my submitter, the Hearts, and also by the Waikato Heritage Group. And this is something that is an outstanding item. It dates back to the same time as well. So there are currently no interiors protected in the whole of Hamilton City, which for a 30-year period of looking at historic heritage, I think is perhaps not a good indication. And I don't think it indicates that there aren't historic interiors. I think it more indicates the fact that the thought process hasn't been put into actually understanding that it's the setting, the exterior, the interior. And sometimes you can have interiors that are much more important of which Hamilton does have examples of these and has done for decades. Just perhaps not actually documented well. In terms of the Waikato Heritage Group inventory, this comes under 24-25, my evidence. I have started looking at a number of the proposed Waikato Heritage Group items, and I can confirm that there are some difficulties in there. And what I identified there is 3 under 25, where they've either been removed or have insufficient known heritage value. That is at 1 Wata Wata Road in Dinsdale, which is the house that's been recently demolished. The farmhouse at 91 Alfred Street, which because of the difficulties that one's been through, including WSP actually also addressing the assessment of that place, is also considered not to meet the suitable threshold. And the farmhouse at 127 120 Old Farm Road, that's insufficient evidence has actually been found on that one to date.
Just to clarify, in that 91 Alfred Street, you've got in brackets withdrawn at owner's request, but I think you've just said it was withdrawn because it didn't have sufficient evidence. Just wanting to make sure, is the owner's view on something a relevant consideration, or is it just does that sit outside the methodology?
I placed that in there because the Waikato Heritage Group were actually asked to withdraw it. Wasn't quite sure where to put it.
Yeah.
Consultation on these heritage places is important. However, with the scale of what Waikato Heritage Group put forward, that has been very problematical and difficult to contend with. It's the insufficient and conflicting information that is the reason why.
So in these paragraphs 25 and 26, you're addressing the ones that are now falling out of the request. And I think just a few paragraphs earlier, you say you've assessed 39 of the 190 odd that we're seeking to be added. And while we aren't doing the site specific at this particular stage, is the intention that you are going to complete assessments for the remainder, or are they going to withdraw the request for the remainder, or are we going to be assessing the remainder without a heritage assessment to support that request, I guess is.
My understanding is that of the 197 that Waikato Heritage Group has got forward, it's unlikely that all can be addressed. It would take probably a lifetime, almost. So the 38 that have been done are those that have actually been put up online. These are the ones that have been looked at but have not been put up online. I would anticipate maybe that there's another 20 or 30 also that could be addressed, but that would then depend on the timing for when session 3 advances, and also if there's any changes to the methodology in that approach.
Do you anticipate that there'll be a formal withdrawal of the request for the remainder, or are they just going to be sort of sitting under, how many are on our table that we need to consider? Is it that just the ones that have been assessed, or are you going to formally withdraw? Waikato Heritage Group.
I think the undertaking would be to actually go through the list again and actually identify any ones that would come off at this point in time as soon as possible, because that assists with the potential distress that the owners are actually under. So preliminary information has been gathered, but it's that next step, the assessment, which is not there.
Of the 39 you've filed, you just throw away line there of the methodology was to change. It's highly likely, but what methodology did you employ for those 39? Was that?
I used the operative district plan because of the ensuing confusion with the new additional layers placed in by WSP, and I didn't use the AP7.
Right. So you would only not need to reassess those if in actual fact we reverted everything to the operative district plan methodology.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you.
And under 28, an incorrect address was put forward by the Waikato Heritage Group with the former Hughes and Jenkins drapery shop at based at 112 Commerce Street, and this is incorrect address, so that is another. And the society group apologise for that that error on their part.
Sorry, again, just a question, why, what's the significance of the incorrect address?
My understanding from the council is that the addresses and properties that were provided to the council by the Waikato Heritage Group likely had those owners consulted with and advised. The Waikato Historical Group didn't actually receive a letter to acknowledge that, but it's been evident in looking at some of the ongoing work that there was some consultation. And so by not having the consultation, that's right.
Right. So it was, the only issue was the consultation with the immediate neighbour, or more generally than that?
More general than that, so just an incorrect
Right.
address and identification, very basically. But generally, it's under para 35, I support the recommendations, Ms. Cadigan and Ms. Stoltz's recommendation to provide a framework that includes interiors. But I would say, as it's been just recently discussed, that just placing one entry into that is it's a great start. It's rather limited. And what the Waikato Heritage Group have done is they have provided some other examples. It is very difficult in putting forward interiors where there's not supporting data. And one of the practices going forward would be that in future this is considered as an integral part of any heritage assessment, which is actually the standard practice. There are, for instance, heritage values that, for example, the Central Post Office, which people know as the Sky City that sits just directly across from us. In that case, the interior was attempted to be protected. What happened is that the scheduling went on the dome. And while you might imagine the dome is part of the exterior of the building, this particular dome was actually down at the lower levels. So that item was actually protected. In my view, this was an interior, and there are at least another couple of places where interiors have been identified by Historic Places Trust Heritage New Zealand, and there is some limited discussion with those owners because the heritage fabric and values primarily sit inside the front door. I would also agree that for any interiors going through that there needs to be a consultation process. This is a very problematical area to intersect with, and it would be really great that that wasn't delayed. 30 years without interior protection does have an impact on the city. In terms of the historic heritage criteria methodology and the A and B rankings, I support the A and B rankings and the two-tiered categorisation, but I would agree, having applied the existing operative plan to assessments of places, that there's a degree of subjectivity and a little bit of confusion. You can actually go back and again and look at the assessment criteria and take a slightly different view on it. So I would agree that it's very important that there's a very clear relationship between A and B rankings, but also what are the aspects that need to be considered within those. In paragraph 42, I agree with Ms. Cadigan's position when she disagrees that a plan ranking of B should be restricted to places of regional or national significance. And for instance, when you're looking at schedules like Hamilton City Council, this one, you'll see a large number of places which I would call of local significance. And that would be the characteristic that's been in play, I would say, across a number of the other smaller regional councils as well. So including that local significance, in my view, is actually very important. follows in line also that when Heritage New Zealand under their category 1 and category 2 look at places, local importance is an aspect that they consider when they address both of those two categories. Without that, we might end up with a very limited number of rank A places in Hamilton, in my view. Under 49, paragraph 49 extents, I would agree that it's very important to actually include the extents when you're putting forward an historic area. So it's very clear to the owner what that magic line may be. I think it's something that should be done at this point in time, if that is at all possible, to give that actual clarity. And I note that yes, with some historic heritage, you've got much wider areas than a legal section. And there would be examples of that across the city. If you, for instance, looked at the Railway Institute building in the middle of the railway settlement, which is scheduled, but also within a proposed historic heritage area, if you were trying to align what was its outer line, you might take the rugby field, but in reality, the actual extent, if you were looking at the historic values of it, should be wider, and that importance would be the actual railway settlement potentially itself. Alternatively, because you've got a use that's very much recreational and sports focused on that particular piece of land, there may be difficulties in working out where the extent would be for, I'm sure, sports playing fields. The extent on the magic line of the outside of the building would be probably more desirable, but I think defining what those extents are becomes quite important.
Is there, and I don't recall the way in which has been framed in the proposed the revisions to PC9, but is there a common agreement as to how to determine the extent of place?
I think in terms of archaeology, putting extensions become important. That's of course historic heritage. I think putting in the extent allows for setting to be recognised, the other bits and bobs that might be within that particular area. It also gives them perhaps a minor degree of protection. But I think, to me, it's the clarity as to where that actually sits, whether it's.
My question was whether there's agreement amongst professionals as to how to
I'm not
define
sure about agreement across professionals.
Yes, well, that's what
I can't speak for other professionals.
in terms of the provision and the plan at this point in time with the proposed PC9. Are you comfortable with how that's expressed?
In terms of the extents, yes, if it's mapped. Under paragraph 55, I've briefly spoken about definitions. I do agree with Ms. Cadigan that actually including within the plan some definitions would be helpful. Also noted that Ms. Gold has actually been considering these within evidence, but I'm not a planner, and the Waikato Heritage Group not giving planning evidence on this. The other aspect that has been a discussion through the Waikato Heritage Group is how the inclusion of heritage landscape setting in context sits within the plan as it is at the moment. Mr. Brown has given some discussion about setting and to me that also plays into needing to ensure that the extents are readily defined within the existing document. But it also means that there needs to be that wider consideration because many of these places are sitting in the landscape and not just little sections sometimes. And under paragraph 64, I've just mentioned again that while this has been a major review of historic heritage, it's primarily focused on built items, and there's an absence of landscape, gardening, other components that make up the heritage arena that are absent. And again, it's been pointed out, this is not able to be done at this point in time, may be done at a later date. That's my evidence. Any questions?
Did you want to just briefly address your rebuttal? You may not want to.
Just have another quick look if that's all
I
right.
mean, I think most of that was geared towards most of that was geared towards HHAs, I think, but you did have
Yes,
some built heritage.
much of it is. I think in having the additional section reports come out, there was sort of a mixture about the HHAs, and so most of it is not particularly relevant in terms of that, and I think have been addressed by other means.
All right, thank you. Questions, yes.
Just one question from me, and it relates to para 62 of your primary evidence. And there's just a couple of typos there, and so I wasn't clear. Are you saying that you've assessed 26 of the recommended additions, or that you've assessed 39, but you only recommend 26 be included? Just was wanting some clarification on.
Sorry, which
paragraph 62 in your conclusion.
I've actually made an error in that. I think I've made it. Hang on. I think there's probably an error in that part. Yes,
Yeah, because earlier you referred to 39
right.
being assessed,
yes,
and then here you say 26. So I was like, is only 26 supported or only 26 assessed?
38.
Yeah.
Yes, that is definitely an error on my part.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, just one on your interest in the landscapes, etc., which I know you've told us about before, but is that the case anywhere else in New Zealand where that's been the focus of historic places?
In other district plans,
In terms of listing, yes.
You will see gardens that are significant, may have additional significance in terms they may be QE2 as well on top of that. But I'm just trying to think of some examples where you'd actually parks, for instance.
Yeah, I was going to say, these examples outside of public owned space.
That they would primarily be gardens associated probably with homesteads, where the owners believe that they're important. It is a tricky area to actually contend with.
I mean, in a
but
private
they're probably primarily public.
Yes.
And parks, domains, gardens, that kind of aspect.
And I guess there's a number of ways you can pick them up, isn't there? I mean, in a private garden, you'd expect it to be in the extended placement when it's part of the setting of the building. Where it covered a number of properties, potentially picked up in a historic heritage area?
It could be. I think as long as you've got the right rule framework to go with it. I think that sometimes when there's things that are notable trees, you don't get the context that they're part of an integral environment, historic environment. For instance, at Ruakura, you've got a homestead and a memorial driveway. Memorial driveway has its own status. And so how do you protect the historic status of the trees and the grounds? And that you don't see pulled through if you focus your policy on built heritage items, buildings. So, I think it's difficult to see how these would fit into the framework of protection if the garden or park was actually the primary heritage item.
So if we're going to give more emphasis to extended place, then as someone looking at a listing goes through the different heritage qualities. If the landscape is picked up as that occurs, then that sort of achieves what you're looking at.
Perhaps not. I think it's a bit like historic heritage. You do a study, what you've got. And that's one of the issues with Hamilton City is needing that study of a historic landscape approach. Hasn't actually been addressed to identify both public and potentially private places that may be considered for scheduling. It's having that understanding of what is there in the world that's not built heritage. Hamilton Lake is an example of one. While it may have reserve management plan status over it, there are definitely parts or components of that that could be considered as historic heritage item. Maybe it's the wrong term, but item. And to have a framework that then protects those values or qualities is needed that addresses things that aren't built.
All right, thank you.
Just wanted to ask you, in terms of the group's concern about interiors, in terms of what's now being proposed to us, are you comfortable with the policy and rule that's now in place or proposed to be in place?
In my view, it's quite limited. It
Yeah.
would be useful if there was
You tell us what you would prefer.
some extension to that. I think where you've got a framework where only one is included and then it's not addressed, there's the risk that when someone comes to do an assessment, to put a place in, that it's not clear that it can actually be considered. And so I think it needs some policy discussion as to how that is incorporated into the existing framework. It could be that within definitions of historic heritage, it needs interiors mentioned, but at the moment, use of the word is very, very limited.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there are different ways of managing that. One would be to have an assessment criterion, obviously, that requires that. But, all right.
Or it could be considered as part of the collective where you've got repairs and maintenance and alterations and additions. It's then how do you address that? And then also what's the detail that sits in the district plan about what's protected and how.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's
Thank
Waikato Heritage Group.
Yes.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Your question for you. Stated that were legal submission document, legal submissions that were presented on behalf of.
That's right.
Which haven't been presented this morning.
No.
And I just wanted to get some clarity around whether that is in fact legal submissions from a lawyer, or whether it's a submission dealing with legal issues. Just so that I understand its status and how to deal with it.
So is Mr. Ware, well, what sort of capacity is he?
He's a member of the group. It does not have a lawyer sitting behind it. Hence it's been put forward the second component.
Right. So there's submissions on the law from a non-lawyer, by the sounds of it. I guess that's the important good question.
It is.
Yeah. Good.
I think I might be presenting to the Hearts, but as that is with the specific item.
Well, you asked for 10 minutes for that, so if you can do it in 10 minutes, that's fine.
Well, I can leave that until session 3, so that it's
yes, okay.
Would that be appropriate?
Oh.
Match better your
Yeah,
definition.
I mean, it's a specific.
Specific. It's a specific.
Yeah.
So it should be in here.
Interiors is part of the session.
Sorry.
Is that what you're dealing with, interiors?
Oh,
Yes.
Yes. It is part of the session.
Part of the session.
Recommended. Part of it.
So if you want to address
It's
it.
tricky, but sorry, that does fall into both camps, doesn't it, in terms of interiors?
Well, it's over to you, whether you want to present it now.
Well, I think probably in my previous discussion about interiors, that applies. In general principles in terms of interiors, there's an absence in the district plan to actually do this, although it's very important that it's integrated as historic heritage values when both assessing and then also protecting. The owners of this particular place had a long history. They've already a scheduled historic building. And they have recognised that in Hamilton that is a problem, whereby that you can actually stand outside of a building, walk through it, and there's actually nothing in the centre of it. And so that placement of interiors within the district plan is something that is a very positive forward step. But again, as previously discussed, it's very limited to how that is worked through as a policy and in terms of controls.
So is there a disagreement between you and Ms. Callaghan and Ms. Galt on the question, or is it?
My understanding is that the council's able, Ms. Galt and Ms. Callaghan, they're able to put one example into the district plan, and there's a proposal for rules to take place, policy rules. I just say that it's quite narrow and low in trying to find anything that mentions interiors when it comes into the new version of the track document.
Yeah.
That's the only disagreement.
Yeah.
It's a very positive move forward.
All right. Anything on the heart? All right, thank you. So, so you needn't bother with
Thank you.
X3 now. Thank you. Right. Now we will, I think, head to lunch. Spark, I don't know if Spark is standing by. Oh, yes, of course. There you are. And yes, right. Sorry about that, but we're about to have lunch. Yes. So, when shall we resume? 1:15 or 1:30? What's your preference, Spark? All right, 1:30 then. We'll give you time to have a decent lunch before you come before us. Right. All right, so we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you. So the issue with interiors is as long as it's scheduled.
None of them.
I mean, it's kind of off. Sometimes get too precious. Good luck.
as a telecommunications center facility. As notified, PC9 has listed Sparks building within Schedule 8A, classifying it as a heritage building. Spark opposes this classification or any heritage classification on its building. The council officer recommends the panel remove the heritage classification from this building, and it is my submission, and I respectfully request the panel adopt the council officer's recommendations. Today we'll hear from Graham McCarrison, who is providing corporate evidence, and Robert Rawati, providing engineering evidence. I do not propose to read my legal submissions in full, and instead I intend to speak to a summary of the key points, these being the importance of Sparks operations, why Sparks building has been incorrectly classified as a heritage building, and the implications of this heritage classification. Are you happy for me to proceed on this basis? Yes. Thank you. I will now take you to section 3 of my submission. In this day and age, the importance of Sparks operations are well known. And while telecommunications connectivity appears relatively simple to the end user, it is supported by a number of physical infrastructures, such as fiber cables, satellites, and data centers. Sparks Data Center at Cara Street is an example of critical infrastructure. It is a key component to Sparks operation and supports the provision of its services across Hamilton and the wider region. Given its critical role in the Waikato region, it is both necessary and appropriate that PC9 sets out a workable framework to ensure critical infrastructure, such as the data center, can continue to operate effectively. I will now discuss why Sparks building has been incorrectly valued as one of historical significance. Sparks Data Center is an 8-story concrete structure. The panel will be familiar with the methodology used in PC9 to determine whether buildings are historically significant. A building is assessed against 7 values. The data center was ranked no higher than moderate for 6 of these values. And the only value where the building was ranked of high significance was that it was designed by government architect Fergus George Frederick Shepherd. However, as far as Spark is aware, there were more than 100 government architects employed during this period, and Spark has seen no evidence to suggest this building was actually designed by Mr. Shepherd. Furthermore, to date, the building has undergone various repairs, which has significantly altered the exterior of the building. Put simply, this building no longer reflects architectural values of Mr. Shepherd if the building was designed by Mr. Shepherd at all. Ms. Cadigan, Council's heritage expert, has recommended the heritage classification be removed, given the facade panels have been almost entirely replaced, detracting from the heritage value of the building. This approach is supported by Council Officer, who has also recommended the heritage classification is removed from Sparks building. Spark agrees with the officer, and in my submission, the lack of evidence around the architect and the extent of the works on the exterior of the building means it cannot fairly be classified as being of historical significance. Commissioners, if I can now direct you to section 5.2 of my submissions and the implications of this classification. The implication of the historical classification is that the exterior of the building is protected. Any maintenance which changes the outside of the building may require resource consent. Sparks building has been described in Mr. Waradi's evidence as being in a state of disrepair. Building requires significant structure and durability work to upgrade the cladding panels and strengthen the building's foundations. These works will change the building's external visual appearance, which conflicts with its heritage classification under PC9. It means Spark will be required to go through an onerous resource consent process, and this is an unnecessary loss of time and resources for Spark. It is my submission that this is a poor planning outcome. If PC9 is accepted as notified, the district plan will be failing to appropriately recognise and provide for Spark's critical infrastructure at 7 Cara Street. In conclusion, and in my submission, due to these significant modifications that have been done on the building to date, the lack of evidence in relation to the architect, and constraints to future required works, the building should simply not be recognised as one of historical significance. Spark respectfully requests the panel adopt the recommendation of Council's heritage expert and Council officer and remove the telecommunications facility at 7 Cara Street from Schedule 8A of its heritage classification. Unless the panel has any questions, I will call Mr. Harrison to present his short summary.
Fraser, I think we'll probably proceed with Mr. Harrison.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. You've got my summary statement.
Yep.
So really probably more interested if you have any questions, but it is worth starting with the fact that this is a fully operational exchange. When Appendix 8 came out, it assessed it as a former exchange building, and this building has continued to operate as an exchange. It's slowly transforming from copper wires and so forth into a fully digital data center functioning exchange, supporting the telecommunications networks of Spark, One New Zealand and so forth as well. So from a functional point of view, we operate and continue to operate as an exchange. As I've said in my evidence, and as supported by Rob's as well, that the building's highly modified, and for us to bring it up to further earthquake strength, because it's below the level that is acceptable to us, then further modification, which will involve changing the exterior of the building further on the two faces that are now grey instead of the pebbled brickwork, concrete work that originally was there, so that you can put in the engineering strengthening to tie the floors together. So that's what we're faced with, and so from that point of view, we at the moment we'll have to go through a resource consent to do that, and we're not sure that how that will actually work for us given the heritage listing and the extended changes that would be required for that. So designated building for telecommunications, and which includes all the antennas and further antennas on top of the building and so forth. So it's kind of where we sit. So hence we fully support the recommendations to remove our building from the heritage listings in both the heritage and planning boards. So happy to take questions along that line.
Thank you, Mr. Curran.
Just, I may have missed it. When you said that it's a designated building, so it actually is designated?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's designated for telecommunications purposes. Yeah.
And that was designated when?
Probably.
I mean, is that, yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. Was that, TCP days, was it?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
I just had one question. So in your evidence, you talk about that you support the council officer recommendation. I just wondered whether you knew whether there's any submission that's actually seeking to retain it on the list. Had you gone through and checked that?
yes, I actually have.
Yeah.
I suppose when we saw the recommendation come out, it was, yeah, well, what do we do and how to prepare for this hearing? So yes, I have been watching the evidence as it was lodged. I'm not aware of any evidence that has opposed this, listing of the building, in terms of support of the listing of the building and opposed the recommendation. So,
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. In terms of the allegation that it was designed by Shepherd, where does that actually come from? I mean, presumably council. Does that come from council research or who's?
I think from my understanding in plans, it certainly has been highlighted as part of the WSB assessment. And I think some of the historic news items, we haven't found.
You haven't got the plans.
Plans of that. We've had a good look.
So you don't, I mean, I guess just on the point, you don't know that it wasn't. You're just saying that you don't know that it was.
That it was. So yes.
But the allegation presumably comes from somewhere.
It was in the WSB.
So who wrote the WSP report?
My understanding is that WSP involved
No, I mean, I can't help noting that WSP grew out of Opus, which grew out of the Ministry of Works, which means,
yes.
which means they might have the facts.
Archives.
Well, I mean, let's pause it for a moment. That I mean, accept where your position is, which is that it's not proven. If it were proven, what difference does that make to the consideration? Given that it's it then clearly has high significance.
So I followed this up. I've been with archives, the National Archives, and all of the folders on this building. There's no indication that Shepherd, who was the chief architect at the time, he often delegated to the local officer. And so I'd have to double check that name, but I'm fairly confident that that is not the Shepherd himself designed building that was delegated to the Hamilton office, the office closed at the time, and I can vouch with it.
Well, just apropos of our earlier conversation, does that actually simply mean that it has local significance?
This is why in my appendix I wrote that it was a finely balanced recommendation, because I do see that there's value in place, but where I landed was based primarily on the extent of the modification, and I think that's the group that I put it into in my evidence, because
that's not currently a criterion, is it? Is it a criterion at the moment? I mean, I'm just trying to think of. I mean, we're in the middle of a conversation about what's the appropriate way of approaching these matters.
The criteria.
What extent of modification in terms of classification, is that a criterion classification?
No, so the quantum.
I mean, there are two steps. Reason I'm asking this is there are two steps. I mean, there are a number of different ways of going on this issue. And I mean, we're being asked to actually establish the methodology rather than talk about the individual building. But and so the question is whether the methodology that applies in actual fact, yes, it passes the test for heritage. But then there are extenuating circumstances. So and we're looking at the methodology at the moment. So is this a test case where but for the state of the building, it might actually have been classified? So in fact, we're going back to front.
Potentially, in my basis for not including the place on its extent of modification, I placed some reliance on the Auckland Council methodology where there is a similar quality or value in its inclusion and exclusion indicators. And so where the value that is of significance has been degraded to an extent that you can no longer recognize it, that's where you fall short of including it under schedule.
Okay, so that sounds to me like that's a qualifying criteria. So we might want to pick that up a bit later on in terms of classification.
I think integrity is one of the sub criteria. But I have to check.
Yes.
All right. I suppose one of our issues was with the process around selecting the building without talking to us as a landowner, and then being able to actually talk through what had actually happened to the building and what needed to happen. And maybe if that process had been undertaken, the building might never have got into the schedule.
Yes, but it's there now.
But it's there now, and so we're
recognise-
going through this
Yes,
process
yes,
now,
yeah,
basically, so.
yeah. As I say, I wanted to treat it in terms of methodology rather than in terms of building per se and where you or Spark wants to go. But anyway, let's hear from Sir Howard.
So I've been involved in the building and exchange for various structural projects. There's in the building, it's obviously old, substantial repairs, remediations, or bring it up to the standards that we see. Basically, I'll just sort of jump into it, but we'll have questions. There's three main points that we've highlighted. The first one is the foundation strengthening, following a poor seismic rating. The second one is the replacement of the facade panels, perhaps spoken about already. This is a combination of seismic upgrades, but also adding durability. And then the third one is around the floor strengthening and capacities. This is quite a substantial bit of works. This is probably the one that probably changes would change the look of the building most, because of the structural pillars that would need to put up on the outside, north and south of the building, completely change the look. All of these works, Spark considers as non-negotiable, and are likely to require significant modifications to the building, as mentioned. Therefore, we feel it's inappropriate to be listed as a school. More questions?
No, thank you for that. And when you say non-negotiable from the point of view of what? Non-negotiable from the point of view of Spark continuing to use the building, or non-negotiable from the point of view that somebody else could take the building over and they would still have to do these works?
So Spark's board is a key requirement. So all our buildings have to be 46 or above 46% of IO3. This building is currently below that at 35%.
Yeah.
So it works in the Spark size. If we want to maintain it and want to meet our requirements, then it needs to be completed.
Okay. But in terms of the exterior of the building, would that need to be done regardless of who the occupant was, because of the steel degradation?
Yeah, so we've already done partial works on it about two years ago, and that's where if you look at the original appearance of the building, it was a sort of a stone chip appearance. So we had to basically go along and break out all the loose stones from it because of actually reinforcing underneath the stone, corroding, creating it to split. We've put over top basically like a fiberglass covering over the top and then repainted it. So every approximately 3 to 5 years, we have to go back and review that just to make sure it's not deteriorating further. So definitely we continue.
Yeah. One question potentially either for Mr. McCarrison or legal. We're sort of struggling at the moment with I guess one, the methodology, and then two, that what's required in terms of inappropriate use. And I guess conceptualizing the historic heritage definition as a filter, either in or out, and then you have to determine what's inappropriate. I guess, is it Spark's position that the building doesn't come within that initial definition of historic heritage because the modifications are such that they don't contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history now? Is that where you're sort of falling, or is it more that you accept that at one point it might have, it may still have some ability to contribute, but because of where it is today, it's the activity, any activities that you need to undertake aren't such as that they would amount to inappropriate. I guess I'm wanting to understand where it falls in those two. Is it the definitional at the beginning, or is it in the inappropriate?
I suppose if we had gone back to the time before the engineers had undertaken, so that's this last couple of pictures, the changes to the north and south faces, and that structural work could have been done that kept the pebble work that was embedded into the faces, that kind of gave it a big, more, well, less blunt time look to the building. That was a key feature on design of the buildings, and the other was the fins. And I suppose from our point of view, the fins did two things. A, they don't move, and so that creates a very in our modern world of looking after staff, a very dark work environment. It's good for equipment, but the building for most of its life has been a mixture of exchange and the large staff that supported the staff and the various activities that Post Office, Telecom and Spark did out of the building. We, in the last 2 years, moved our staff out of the building because it's just not an appropriate work environment, primarily because of not being able to do anything with the fins at that time. Technically, you'd want to rip them off the building, which would then enable the removal, probably not of the underneath with the health and safety. We've had to put those in because workers going out onto the way to look at anything on the exterior of the building could potentially fall under those. So that's probably been there 10 years or something. Yeah, so that again changed on the east and west sides, the kind of look and feel of the original building. So now you've got this grey structure, of which in future, where I put the pointed arrow is the first 2 floors of the structural work that needs to go through each floor as you work up, and we'll take out 2 of the windows as we go up, and 2 of those. So I think 4 windows will be interrupted by the structural work that's actually needed. So it kind of goes back to what we need to keep the building means more significant modification. If we weren't in that situation, I think we would have to agree that the building had medium heritage value to this city. That's kind of where that we've come very much from quite a functional place.
But you're saying that the modifications made to date are such that it's made it more difficult to read those heritage elements, the qualities that it was originally known for, and therefore its ability, I guess, to contribute to the understanding and appreciation of the history is diminished through those modifications. Is that kind of?
Yes, that is, I mean, essentially we've got 4 walls of an 8-story building that are left now. That doesn't really give a feel for that building as it was originally constructed.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I mean, your 1970s picture is actually quite helpful in terms of seeing. Because I mean, obviously one of the classic features of that building is the roof. and the roof structure, and that's now occluded basically by work that's been done.
Yes.
Mm. You want anything?
No, good question. Because I guess you might own, I own quite a few of these buildings around the country, and given the nature of the assets that you would have taken over.
None of them designed by Shepherd.
Don't know. Yeah, maybe. We're yet to find out. Yes, we've got a range of buildings of a similar era because that is when the Ministry of Works built this for the New Zealand Post Office. And we were setting up the new telecom exchanges and so forth. So yes, each one's quite different. So so we are having a look at that at the moment. With like in Auckland, we've got a whole range of exchange buildings up Airedale Street, two of which are about to be demolished. The modern ones, actually. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. Some of the old exchanges went to chorus, so they have like the Hut City Exchange, which has got a brick facade. It's stunning. It is heritage listed. Huge earthquake risk. So you certainly don't want to be near the building in an earthquake because the interior is protected, not the structurally protected. So yeah, we do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Is there anything else you want to add? Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, if we could just absolutely, to the extent that we can categorically determine that in actual fact this is not a Shepherd building or a, although as we know, Rembrandt and Renoir and all those guys had suites of people working underneath them, and they're still predicated. So it could well be a Shepherd design from Wellington that simply had a few fins added. Who knows? Would it matter? Don't know. But I think I want to be satisfied that in actual fact that link is not able. It's the key thing for me. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Spark. Right. Next is Jackie Fitzgerald, is it? And your friend. Yes. Oh, I'm not sure. You're giving us the dog or the painting? Very nice. Yep. Now let me be clear, Mr. Fitzgerald, what you're here to talk to us about.
About the street on which I live and the house in which I live.
Now, we're not dealing with particular houses in this session. That's
You're dealing with, sorry?
We're not dealing with particular houses.
This is the time slot I was given.
We're not dealing with particular houses in this session. We're dealing with the method by which things have been classified. So you may not have been given the right time to come and speak to us.
Well, in terms of classification, and I'll talk about built heritage and historic heritage areas.
Good.
Is that all right? They kind of dovetail though, don't they?
You're here anyway.
One without the other. Anyway, so my house is built heritage. It's at 21 Stanley Street, Claudelands, Hamilton. It was built in 1921 for Richard William Kibblewhite, an architect of Hamilton who came down from Auckland to build his house here. It's two-storied. In terms of built heritage, it was built in the craftsman style that was popular at the time. And it has exterior and interior elements of that period. Very little change has been made apart from a few things and a few additions. In terms of historic heritage for the house, the certificate of title under Land Transfer Act, there are 6 owners of this house only since 1921, which is 103 years, well, 102 years. And it has important historical significance, I think, for the Claudelands area and also for Stanley Street. It is weatherboard. Are there any questions following on from that?
Just in terms of what you're actually seeking, what are you actually seeking?
Well, my house was the area in terms of classification, and I did read through all of that when it came out last year. Haven't reread it lately. My house was left off. And it did surprise me because there is a similar house on East Street that was included. And it is a very similar design, similar period. So I would like to know, in terms of built heritage, possibly why the house was left off. To the best of my knowledge, no one before that time came to see it. I did have 2 people from the council who are heritage specialists come to look at it a couple of months ago. But there are other houses on Stanley Street in terms of built heritage who are very similar to my own in terms of the time they were designed and the time they were built. So I feel that it's been maybe an unintentional omission. I'm not sure.
All right, well, we obviously can't give you the answer on that one.
No, I don't expect an answer today. You're just listening to me.
Yep. But I guess it's a matter to be referred to Mr. Knott, is it? If it's in the HHA area?
I think it's 2 issues. One is, I think, if I understand the submission correctly, one is a concern that this particular property was not included with the historic area. And also that this particular property, 21 Sandy Street, is not identified as
built heritage.
So it's both.
Yeah.
It is, you're right, and that's how I described it.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say is 10 Street is just slightly south of Stanley Street. It's the next street around. And it was included in the historic area as, you know, as part of the historic heritage area. And yet, interestingly, Boundary Road, I don't know how many years ago, 80 or so years ago, was the boundary of Hamilton City. And Stanley Street sits within that boundary. So historically speaking, it would have made logical sense, for me anyway, to have included Stanley Street in that area.
Yeah, well, we can.
I'm not sure how many other people have made a submission on behalf of the historic heritage area of Stanley Street. And I did read that submission made by Mr. Knott the other week. And that was interesting as well, I thought.
Well, we'll be hearing more about HHAs next week. So
Pardon me?
we'll be hearing more about HHAs, historic heritage areas, next week. So we can look at that then. But in terms of your property and built heritage, I don't know whether there's any thoughts about that.
Yeah, so Ms. Galt and I were the ones.
Pardon me?
Ms. Galt, Laura and I were the ones who visited you a few months ago. Yes, but that was prior to the direction which refined the scope of what we would be providing evidence on in this hearing. So my understanding is that it's a matter for hearing 3.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be dealing with your particular issue in terms of 21 Stanley Street as a built heritage prospect at the next hearing, which will be next year.
Which will be next year.
Next year, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time.
Yes, it's a long time.
And because I thought this was about me and where I live and the area in which I live, That photo was taken by my late husband of a tui that is in our bush. So we're quite fortunate in that we have a tiny patch of the original bush, which was obviously part of the Jubilee bush as well on our property. And I find it hard to think that all that could go if Plan 9, or whatever it's going to be called, Plan 12 goes ahead. The other thing I know it's about, so what's this hearing about again?
This is about historic heritage. So we're not dealing with the intensification matter, which is
No,
TC12.
okay, I totally understand that,
Yep.
historic heritage.
But we're also wrapping up on significant natural areas. So you may be on the edge of talking
Right.
about a significant
So
natural
the
area.
bush has Kakatea. I don't know if you want to hear this or not. Rimu, Totara, tree ferns, various natives. It's a bit wild and woolly. But it is also the habitat of a lot of native birds. And I think I put that in the submission. And I know it's about heritage, but the other thing that I notice about Stanley Street and the Claudelands area is that it is a community of people. And people who live there have a strong sense of belonging to that community. That's nothing to do with this, but sometimes you need to take the big picture view, not the little tiny wee separate views that kind of could miss something out. And so it's a very, I think it's an important part of Hamilton. And I understand people need to live somewhere and all that stuff, and you're not dealing with that today. But as I go down various streets in Hamilton now, there are what I call tiki-taki boxes popping up all over the place, which I don't think in the end is going to be good for Hamilton City. In the end. Anyway, I think I'm done and dusted.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm fine.
Fitzgerald. Dusted, certainly, yes.
Dusted?
Yes. We are, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my dog came with my poor person. She is a pet therapy dog. Anyway.
Well behaved as well.
Pardon me?
Very well behaved.
She got a bit excited.
So, any other questions? So thank you very much.
So as the chair of this group, you are hearing everyone's submission.
We certainly are.
Yeah.
Well, those who are coming before us, we're not hearing every submission.
Right. And are you on the Hamilton City Council?
No, we're an independent commission.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And Ewan Wilson and Dave Sargent and Vicky Morrison-Shaw. Right. It's kind of a big responsibility, isn't it?
We don't think about it.
Pardon?
We don't think about it.
But really, you should be.
No, we know it is, but you can't think about it.
I know. I know you know it is, but it is very important that the right decision is made.
Thank you. Right, Patrick and Julie Garvey. Yeah, I think this one was. Yeah. This
won't take very long.
Just one to correct. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think, thank you, Mr. Garvey. We understand the situation here, and you were a late submitter that we accepted because there needed to be a resolution of a particular matter, which I think is agreed, is it not? Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, you tell us what you want to tell us, but I think we're already there.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
no, we just, I'm Patrick Garvey, and that's my wife at my back there, Julie. We've lived in our house 57 years, and this came like a bolt out of the blue. We're about to sort of sell up and retire at age 80, and we got a Mr. McNutt around, and who had a look through and decided that Fraser McNutt and wrote to you people regarding our property, and in his opinion, it maybe should not have been listed as heritage. It's actually just a solid old home, and that for the following reasons, it should be not listed. One, it's got a double garage been added right at the front, facing the main street. Two, the whole front verandas had a bedroom added, built on it, totally blocking it off from the street. Three, the whole of the back of the house has had a deck built on it with Durock sidings, not in keeping with the timber of the rest of the house. And he did say it's just like an old home, like hundreds of others in Hamilton. And it's well built, but it's certainly not heritage. And five, no famous person or institution, apart from us, have occupied the property. And for those reasons, we would like it not to be listed as heritage, and we can just get on with our lives and move on. And if it could be returned back to how it was before it was listed, we would be much appreciated. That's about the end of my submission, so it doesn't take too long.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey, and that is the recommendation. So we haven't heard any, well, and unlikely to hear any contrary views. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
So can I just clarify one matter? That's the issue that deals with 7 Radnor Street property, isn't it?
Correct.
There's also the late submission, which deals with the proposal from the Waikato Heritage Group. That property at 112
Commerce Street
be included also.
Yeah.
And I understand, so that's the subject of the late submission. And that's, I think, as I understand your position, some of the descriptions that the Waikato Heritage Group gave about the building suggests to you that they've got the number wrong, and they're talking about the corner site, not your property. But
yeah,
correct. Well, I didn't want to bring that up, but yeah, we've got numerous letters from the council. The middle one included rates going up 51%, but that's another matter. And they're going up 40%, another matter. But no, that was next. I only own 2 properties in the entire history of the world, and one is a home that's listed as heritage, and that's what I'm trying to get delisted. The other is my shop in Frankton, where I've been for 57 years. I'm pretty boring, 1 wife, 1 house, 1 car, 1 shop, and that was listed as heritage. So I come along to the council, and they said, we'll have a look at that. And so they were very good. I was here for an hour or so, and then they said, no, there was a mistake. Sorry, it was the property next door. So anyway.
And I think that mistake was acknowledged by the Waikato Heritage Group this morning, saying, yeah, we agree that we got the address wrong for that one.
Yep. Okay, so things happen. But, I think this property here where we are is just an old, well-built home. Yeah, that's about all. I don't think it's everything.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Garvey.
So we'll hear sometime in the near 12 years, something.
I can guarantee you'll hear within 12 years.
Okay. No, we're all getting older.
I'm not going to say anything about that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Thank you. Is Nick Evans here? Okay, so he won't be here. All right. 3. Right. So there's nothing else. We'll take a 45-minute break. Let us know when. Right. As soon as he's here. Thank you. Quite enough time to go on the site. Right, welcome, gentlemen. Let's resume. Dr. Wang, good to see you again.
Yes, nice to be here.
David,
Nice to be here.
now you're going to talk to us about some addition that you're looking to put into the descriptor, as I understand it, of the church in the existing heritage schedule.
That's correct. And Archbishop Sir David is going to do that for you. He has a long history with the association with the cathedral. It was his seat while he was Bishop of Waikato. So,
thank you for this opportunity. We appreciate it very much on behalf of the St. Peter's Cathedral community, but also the wider Anglican demography of Hamilton, which would be around the 16-17% mark, but also wider interested Christian communities in the city, which are just under 50% in census terms, at least. Our view of where the cathedral sits and its relationship to town planning and resource consent and so on is that we have a responsibility to, first of all, honour the ancient heritage of that little hill. It doesn't seem like a large hill by any means, but it's of enormous significance to Ngāti Wairere. And we currently have a dialogue with them about the way in which that hill is really the apex of the South End heritage precinct, if you will. In pre-European times, that hill was a prayer site. It was a series of gardens. It was a place you looked to where you could think about the well-being and sustainability of the region, because from the top of the little hill there, where the cathedral now sits, you could see the river, you could see the harakeke, you could see the rangiora plants, the flax and so on, and brought to mind your sense of your sustainability. It wasn't a par site, as you know, that was further down by the riverbank, where the rowing club now is. But Ngāti Wairere and Tainui have identified Puke Rangiora, this little hill, as of enormous sacred and ancient importance. And when the cathedral was placed there, just before World War I, we were very conscious as a community then that we were on a sacred site. This was brought much more closely to mind when the Tainui tribe submitted their Waitangi tribunal claims, and eventually Sir Robert Mahuta, with a number of other people from the tribe, including Te Ariki Nui, Te Aitairangi Kahu, the late Māori Queen, settled with the then Prime Minister and those acting for the government at the time by saying, do you want the hill back? It's a legitimate case. Sir Douglas Graham particularly heard the case. Jim Bolger heard the case. And we said as a church, well, we would be prepared to offer the title back to Tainui as part of the settlement process. To our delight and surprise, probably, Te Ariki Nui said to us, and I was present when this was said, well, we prayed there for hundreds and hundreds of years. Are you still praying there now? And we said, yes, there was a cathedral there, which she knew. And she said, well, why don't we pray together there into the future? No title transfer is required. So that gave us a sense of our responsibility to an ancient heritage and a responsibility we have to continue the kōrero with Tainui, which currently we're doing through the kaumātua to the Hamilton City Council, Tame Pokaia. We met with him twice over the positioning of the hill and its relationship to the city, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. We also, of course, meet with Ngāti Wairere, the iwi, which is specific to that hill. And so we were given the name Puke Rangiora to use, which we do in the cathedral. One of our parishioners wrote a hymn about it. We were given a Tainui royal mat pattern in cobblestone, which we placed in front of the cathedral door, and then we placed the border of King Tawhio's korowai in frosted glass across the entrance door. All as a way of saying, if this was an ancient rare site, if this was a historic precinct, a heritage space, we have a responsibility because of this agreement with Te Arekinui to continue its visibility and its accessibility and its viability in those terms. So with that in mind, we have always been conscious of the need to show the hill as it might have been in ancient times, and certainly as it was envisaged by those Hamiltonians who wanted a South End heritage look to that part of Victoria Street, because clearly the soldier settlement process at that end, the first ferries across there, the first old bridge, the memorials and bronze to the settler community are all just below this hill. And that's where Hamilton, if you will, Kirikiriroa began in the post-settlement period. With that in mind, you'll know better than I that the Heritage South End, or the South End community of interest at southern end of Victoria Street, have always argued that the courthouse, the cathedral, the lawn going down to the river, and that whole aspect ought to be kept as much for the common good as a park, certainly as a heritage site that's obvious. And there'll be various plans. You'll be familiar with those about maybe a huge waharoa at one end, or Brisbane type wharf down by the river, all these different designs, which I think are consistent with what I've just been sharing. Cathedral would be delighted, for example, if there was more of that sense of heritage, common good, communal space, some of the wonderful things that have been done on the river by frescoes and so on, and that already has been a beautiful one below water's edge there of the river and the Waka. More of that around and associated with the hill would please us enormously. We had a parishioner called Jeff Hyde, who was a city council engineer some years ago, now passed on, but he had in his possession a city council document from the 1950s, which unfortunately we can't trace, maybe in your files. But it said everything I've just been saying one way or another, that the city council had a responsibility to try and enhance a heritage or historic South End precinct in whatever way it could, which would mean trying to regulate through resource consent processes anything new. So if a high rise was to go right in front of the cathedral, for example, or if a huge petrol station was to be put opposite the cathedral, or if there was a modern business that wanted to concentrate on a corner of that quadrant, it would be checked by resource consent procedures in the name of historic precinct and heritage ethos issues. Now, we don't know what happened to that regulation in subsequent council life. It certainly was known to Jeff and he showed it to us. Of course, each council is not bound necessarily by decisions of previous councils in this matter, but we thought that it was worth noting this afternoon. By the way, the proposal for a large petrol station just at the base of the cathedral wasn't subject to council resource consent control, but we, through a parishioner, decided to object. And you may recall Councillor Jocelyn Marshall, the loud hailer in the South End of Victoria Street, doing just that, and the petrol station didn't proceed. We would seek, I think, some provision to think carefully about what does go in that large quadrant. Practical ways forward that might assist this process from our point of view are that just as the council, we think very well, provided for the car park beside the community Waikato offices where Les Mills used to be, the council allowed a car park there rather than another big building to replace it, a warehouse or a high rise. They left that space open and they left the bush-clad bank totally visible to the street, which gets you back to the Pukerangiora ancient heritage, the big ferns, the Rangiora plants are all totally visible now because of that council decision, and we deeply, as you see in our report, appreciated that. We'd like more of that as opportunity permits. For example, should someone like Paua Architects leave their site because their tenancy runs out, or they're, I think, a Tainui tenant, we would be very pleased to see some conversation with Tainui about not replacing that building and leaving it as open public space. Should animates ever move by their own volition, of course, could the Les Mills model be repeated in their case with car parking, landscaping, and that kind of community-friendly, pedestrian, car-friendly frontage, exposing the cathedral and the hill much more visibly. The same would apply to the real estate agent on this corner. If they ever decided to move, would that be an opportunity to demolish the building and look at landscaping, maybe car parking and so on, so that Puke Rangiora becomes more visible. Now, a complication, of course, from our point of view, and maybe yours, is the police station. If the police station was moved to be directly in front of the cathedral on the northern side, if that was mooted or finally agreed to, we would be saddened, of course. We're obviously very happy with the police station where it is. They're our neighbour, and we support them enormously with police chaplaincy. But if the building shut off the look of the hill from the north in a new police station model, that again would concern us. And is there an opportunity for suggesting somewhere else if that did become a serious consideration? Lastly, I can say that we are working with Ngāti Wairere and Tommy Pukaya, the Hamilton City Council Kaumātua for Tainui, to look at ways of enhancing the look of the hill as it is at the moment. So, for example, we are looking at a cascading water feature from the top of the hill to the base at the request of Ngāti Wairere, flowing water, as a water feature. And we are also looking at restoring more of the Rangiora plants that were there in pre-European times. If there was more scope, say where Paua Architects is, if there was more scope, if Animates went, if there was more scope, even if the Meteor went, although that's unlikely, I imagine, the real estate agent and so on, we do much more of that in cooperation with City Council. So in conclusion, I would say, is there a possibility of providing more checks and balances to return to the 1950s council provision for heritage precinct status, which includes the courthouse, although I'm aware that's a huge refurbishment cost to somebody, to bear that in mind, and that we would be active partners in seeking win-win outcomes in that regard. Thank you for your
Dr. Bang, did you want to add anything?
No, not at this chance. Unless you have questions.
Yeah.
No questions from me.
Yes, thank you very much for the background. Obviously, you're keeping an eye on everything that's going on around the place. Of course, we are hearing from the police tomorrow. Your own heritage issues. Was there a chance of the police building being relocated?
I don't know. I was aware that the police may want to move, and anecdotally, this is only anecdotal, one of the options may have been the northern side of the cathedral where the IT Partners car park is now. That's right. Anecdotal and third hand. It would need to be checked.
So what are the sort of, I mean, what you've described here is in terms of the precinct, because it's obviously not just your property, there's a wider grouping of public buildings in the courthouse. It would seem to me, by looking at I'm just looking at the aerial photographs, obviously there's a lot of public land in the area, and some of it's, in fact, maybe it's all public land and places like Paua Architects. And what about out on Anglesea Street? Is that sort of public all the way through there, through to the Anglesea Street, where Bottom Miskell are?
I'm not sure, but our argument would be, in the event of it not being public land, but resource consent regulations around the precinct as a whole would be a check and balance to see whether it was blocking the hill view more than was necessary.
So the precinct concept, is that just something in your minds at the moment, or have you sort of furthered that, you know?
We've got the word from this old 1950s document, which sadly we don't have a copy of. It said historic precinct, heritage quadrant, or words to that effect, and meaning the entire block. They thought the courthouse was happily part of it, and they thought that the early settler community were wondering whether Hamilton would initially be around this little hill with a sort of a cream on the cake church, if you will, on the top of it. There are examples of that in the south of England. St Michael's Mount is a little hill off the coast of Cornwall with a little church on top, around which there are cafes and art shops and public restaurants. And it's that sort of visible apex that seems to have been part of the council's thinking in those days.
If I may say, the concept was apparently discussed fairly widely in the council at that time, but it was, for whatever reason, never reached the district plan. So although it was called a heritage precinct, it never became officially then by being lodged in the plan.
It attracted the attention of the Wallace Foundation, notwithstanding the current controversy there, but in previous decades, there was a thought using all this material and what Dr. Bangs just said, for the Wallace Foundation maybe refurbishing the courthouse and putting in a big art collection. The Justice Department can't afford or don't have the will at the moment to refurbish, not practical, and it would take a private philanthropist who was art orientated or community orientated to develop that building, but no one has a heart to demolish it at the moment. And we would be sad if it was demolished because it's also heritage building. By the way, you probably know, because of the Earthquake Commission, we're responsible for strengthening the cathedral. We have 10 years to do it, to make it compliant with earthquake conditions regulations.
Well, I mean, the framework for heritage protection, etc., that we're involved with at the moment is not going to be at an end, you know, over the next year. I mean, as we understand it, it's an ongoing recognition piece of work that the council's doing. So just encourage you to keep at it. Thank you. To get it in the district plan.
Yeah, that's good. Any questions? No. So thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate that.
So just round the thing off now.
Oh,
I've
yes.
reduced what I have to say to writing with a good proper typos and typos.
Do we have to spot them? Are you asking us to spot the typos?
Yeah, spot the typos.
We'll stop.
No prize.
We'll stop you at the first typo.
Yeah, okay. There's no prize. No, yeah.
You don't even get beyond the heading.
Yes.
Dr. Bang, carry on.
Thank you. Right. You've heard from Archbishop Sir David that the hill on which the cathedral was erected has a long history of religious association. Prior to European settlement, the site was a signal post and later became a centre for Christian worship. Several earlier churches have been erected on the site, and the current building dates from 1916, when it was erected as a parish church. It became a cathedral in 1926 when Bishop Cherrington was appointed Bishop of Waikato, and the Waikato diocese was severed from the larger Auckland diocese. The name of the diocese was changed in 2010 when Taranaki was added to the name. So it is the Diocese of Waikato and Taranaki. It also sports two cathedrals, ours here and St Mary's in New Plymouth. That's because we have two bishoprics, the bishopric of Waikato and the bishopric of Taranaki, each at one stage with a bishop. Sir David was the Bishop of Waikato, and now Archbishop Richardson was Bishop of Taranaki. Things have changed since. Presently, the cathedral, as Sir David has mentioned, faces substantial costs due to seismic shortcomings revealed by inspections arising from the events of the last 12 months or so. A committee has been set up and it's working to explore options for funding and carrying out this work. The cathedral is listed as a listed building by Heritage New Zealand. It's also mentioned as a heritage building in the district plan. The cathedral community endorses this and would be pleased if it were to be extended. There can be little doubt that among the notable or heritage buildings in Hamilton, the cathedral attracts visitors regularly, both local people and out of town visitors to the city. The cathedral is among the top heritage attractions. Part of the cathedral precinct is that it can be seen from a part of the attraction of the cathedral precinct, as it can be seen from various vantage points. I lost my place there. Various vantage points in the city, and accordingly, it attracts visitors who may otherwise have missed it. They can see it. Oh, there's a cathedral, better go and have a look. It would be advantageous if the vistas, and this is what Sir David was referring to before, if the vistas were to be protected by provisions in the district plan. Various ways of doing that. It's accepted that there are usually 3 reasons that buildings are noted for conservation. These are its own intrinsic value, pietas, or in the case of a cathedral, the devotion of the congregation, and its own scenic usefulness. And I think we can agree that all 3 are represented there. Of these 3, the first 2 reasons are satisfied with the present provisions of the plan, namely it's listed because of its own intrinsic aesthetic value. It has a loyal and devoted congregation. Third reason, the cathedral's contribution to the city as a scenic attraction is in danger of being lost. This is because it is set back from the street, and although it is unlikely that its own site would be developed as to the street frontage, other sites which currently provide vistas of the cathedral could be developed in a way that extinguishes those vistas. In his submission that you've just heard, Sir David has made a suggestion that would overcome this problem. We're of the opinion that this should be investigated and developed for inclusion in the plan. There may, however, be other ways of achieving the same result, and we would urge the Council to undertake research to provide a sound foundation for this work, and it is, in our view, extremely important. Thank you very much. I'm not sure that I can answer questions, but I'll have a go.
Thank you, Dr. Bates. Well, there you go. You've dumbfounded us. Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
The parting comment would be that in a city with not a huge number of heritage skyline buildings, it's worth preserving the visibility of the ones we've got and to enhance that aspect.
Yes. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'll see you again, I had no doubt.
You will? Yes, I'll be back. Yes. I'll try and get a few less typos.
I'm counting on it.
Thank you very much. I think this is a temporary proper one.
I hope that is.
Yes. You. Right.
Steve, that's it for the day? That's right. Anything?
Nothing, so just one practical issue, and it really relates to this question of conferencing. I noticed that tomorrow, there are presentations from Adam Wild, Veronica Casson, New Zealand Police, the Love Family Trust. There's also Mr. Brown, part of Kaipora. I just wonder whether there may be an opportunity tomorrow afternoon after the time for presentation or conferencing. If it's convenient, there's at least 3 experts in the room tomorrow afternoon potentially, as well as obviously Mr. Cadigan. I don't know whether you want to make any directions at this point, but in terms of signalling to people maybe an expectation of a request to get together, it looks like there's some merit in tomorrow afternoon, given the people coming from out of town.
Good suggestion. Yes, we'll.
Well, I suppose it's a direction that
Yes.
any expert who has presented evidence on heritage items make themselves available for conferencing, maybe to be convened during the afternoon of 7. It would at least be convenient, I suspect, for those parties that are coming from England tomorrow, which is Wild, Casson, Brown, and Sue. I'm assuming Ms. Callaway is local. She is. So, I'll just leave you with that thought. It's just that if you were going to catch the experts while they're in town, it may be that signalling that they should stick around potentially for an afternoon conference session.
Yep, no, thanks for that. We'll we'll caucus on that shortly.
That's the only thing. The other thing was just a point about a start of 10 in terms of the conferencing. So there is some draft work been prepared by Ms. Cadigan, which is not probably quite ready for circulation. I've just seen it myself for the first time. So we can work on that overnight, and it may be that it's a little bit further advanced by tomorrow afternoon. Might help to kick things off. And obviously, if there's any signals that you can give as to what you want to see addressed, make sure it's front and center.
Right, thank you. Yep, no, we'll we'll sit around the table for take that on board. Thank you. And we'll get anything through to Steve as soon as we can. Yeah. What's the timing? I'm wondering whether Steve, whether an alert should go out to those particular out of towners right now, because by the time we decide what it is that we might be wanting and have that written up, it could be quite late. I wonder if an email through to Adam Wild and Veronica Casson and John Brown at least, alerting them that we may require them to a conference tomorrow afternoon and just establishing their availability. That would be quite helpful. And Laura as well. Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. We're adjourned. Okay. So tomorrow morning to 9 o'clock. So have a coffee on the table. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.